Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final week of the 18th Annual Symposium on the Conservation and Biology of Tortoises and Freshwater Turtles. We're going to start out this morning with closing remarks from TSA President Rick Hudson, which will be followed by Session 1, Human Impacts on Landscapes and Turtles, and Session 2, Wildlife Laws, Legends, and Trafficking Initiatives. And then we will finish out the day with the presentation of the Turtle Conservation Fund Grant Awards, Turtle Conservation and Biology Appreciation Awards, and the Pritchard and Baylor Conservation Awards. And Rick, take it away. Everyone enjoy.
Thank you, David. Good morning and welcome to the last day of our first ever virtual symposium. I'm Rick Hudson, president of the Turtle Survival Alliance, coming to you live from the Fort Worth Zoo. Normally, I would be addressing you from our closing conference, banquet, and award ceremony, and most of you would be pleasantly buzzed. It's a little early for that, though. Sadly, this is the 8th and final week of our symposium. And I think that for everyone that blacked out their calendars for 4 hours every Thursday to join us over the past 8 weeks, you will agree that this has been a very special event. I've been genuinely impressed by the quality of the presentations and content that was conveyed. Really some amazing talks, and I want to thank everyone for all their efforts for making this symposium such a huge success. Looking back on the past 7 months since COVID darkened our world, so much has changed. So I'm really, really proud of the fact that we were able to bring you this symposium as a reminder that despite our lack of normalcy, turtles are still relevant. They're still out there doing their thing, following time-honed and instinct-driven rituals and struggling for survival. This was an opportunity to celebrate the turtle champions that are still out there on the front lines of turtle research and conservation, studying turtles and learning what it will take to protect them in our rapidly changing world. This symposium has been, at least to me, an eye-opener. And I really wanted to salute all our colleagues from Australia and Asia who set their alarms and got up in the middle of the night to give their presentations. Over the past 7 weeks, we have seen 15 unique oral sessions and 2 poster sessions, consisting of 134 presentations in total, 85 of those oral, 49 posters, and nearly 12,000 oral presentation views on YouTube. And those numbers do not include today, of course. This was truly a global symposium with 21 nations represented. That's really impressive. We normally attract about 12 nations to our live conference every year, but 21 is exceptional, and that's a target we need to try to continue to strive for. It allowed us to reach an unprecedented number of people, but moreover, it brought us presentations that we would not have normally been able to see. It brought people to our symposium that would not have been able to attend in person. And that is very, very important as we try to expand our bandwidth and become more inclusive to everyone. So what have we learned from this year's virtual symposium? Well, the first thing is that people worldwide want to see a virtual symposium continue. So I want to assure you that we are planning to include a virtual component as part of next year's symposium, which, by the way, will be in Charleston, South Carolina, early August 2021. I want to thank our symposium sponsors. I promise you that next year we will have vendor space for you. Thank you especially to our communications team. Jordan Gray and David Hedrick have done a phenomenal job of mastering Zoom video conferencing technology and were the calm and organized presence behind the scenes. They never got rattled. They spent countless hours preparing to make sure these presentations went smoothly. And we know the challenge that represents given the always risky and unreliable internet connections. I want to give a shout out to our conference program co-chairs, Christina Jones and Andrew Wall, for pulling together what I think has been a really, really dynamic program, which certainly exceeded expectations. And finally, I want to thank all of our presenters. We could not have done this without you. Thanks for your dedication to protecting turtles and for bringing your work into our homes and offices. I want to urge everyone to stay tuned. After the last presentation today, when, in keeping with conference tradition, we will present the annual Baylor Turtle Conservation Award to a very deserving colleague. And for the first time, the Pritchard Lifetime Achievement Awards will honor two individuals who have made enormous contributions to turtle biology and conservation. This award honors our esteemed colleague, the late Dr. Peter Pritchard, who passed in February. Peter departed this world far too early, and he leaves a void in our ranks that is simply too large to fill. He was a once-in-a-lifetime personality and a hero for the ages. May he rest in peace. Enjoy today's presentations. I hope to see you all in person next year in Charleston. Thanks for tuning in. Back to you, David.
And up next, we have Catherine. Catherine, are you ready to go?
Yes, thank you, David, and thank you, Rick. So I hope everyone's hearing me all right. I'll just take a second to share my screen. Here we go. All right, well, it's a pleasure for me to be with you today and start the last day of presentations. Today, I'll be talking about how landscape composition predicts the local abundance of painted turtles in the region of Ottawa in Canada. The conclusions of a new study by Craig Stanford and collaborators are sadly not surprising. More than half of the tortoise and turtle species are threatened with extinction, and the decline of turtle populations So more than half of the tortoise and turtle species are threatened with extinction, and the decline of turtle populations can be explained at least in part by habitat loss. Human-made modifications of the landscape can indeed harm turtles indirectly through habitat loss and fragmentations. For instance, habitat loss and fragmentation can increase isolation and elevate predation rates. Alteration of the landscape can also impact directly turtle populations, as infrastructures such as roads or railways can cause roadkill. Turtle species are long-lived and long-maturing, and turtles have a high egg, hatchling, and juvenile mortality. The population persistence depends on a high adult survivorship, and so roads can have a major impact on turtle populations. In this study, we tested the hypothesis that the local abundance of painted turtles in wetlands depends on the composition of the surrounding landscape. We emitted two predictions. First, we proposed that there would be fewer turtles in human-modified landscapes, such as urban or agricultural landscapes. And second, we predicted that there would be fewer turtles in landscapes with high road densities. To test our hypothesis, we first selected 34 wetlands in Ottawa to span a gradient of urbanization. We made sure to select wetlands that were at least 1.5 kilometers apart to minimize potential dispersion between sites. And then from May to August 2019, we visited each wetland 9 times. We counted the number of painted turtles present at a wetland by scanning the perimeter and potential basking sites with binoculars and a spotting scope from different locations. After the fieldwork, we conducted the landscape analysis in ArcMap. We condensed the original land cover file containing 29 cover classes to only 5 cover types, which were open water, wetland, forest, anthropogenic, and agriculture. And then we delineated manually wetland edges to measure wetland area. And as we did not know at what distance from the perimeter of the wetland the land cover mattered most for turtle abundance, we created many buffer distances. We created buffers ranging from 50 meters to 2,000 meters from the perimeter of the wetland in 50-meter increments. That means that for each wetland, we created a total of 40 buffer sizes. So I thought a visual representation might help understand what I mean here. So in black, you can see the perimeter of the wetland, and in yellow are the 2 first buffers. So the first one is 50 meters away from the perimeter, and the second one is 100 meters away. We did this until we reached 2 kilometers, but don't worry, we had a pretty handy code to do it. And then for each buffer, we calculated the percentage of the total buffer area for each cover type. And for each buffer distance, we also calculated the road length per square meter. Those were the variables that we were going to use as predictors of painted turtle abundance in our model. But to decide which buffer distance we need to use for each predictor in our model, we calculated correlations between the number of turtles observed at each site and the percentage of each land cover type for each buffer distance. We retained only the buffer distance at which the correlation was maximal for our model. And this is exactly what we can see in the graph here. So on the x-axis are the buffer distances, and on the y-axis are the correlations between the number of turtles observed and the land cover proportion. What's interesting in this figure is that agriculture and anthropogenic cover are negatively correlated with the number of turtles observed, while forest, wetland, and water proportions have positive correlations with the number of turtles. And so, as I said earlier, we use the buffer distance at which the correlation was maximized for each predictor. So for instance, if we take the forest cover, we took the 600-meter buffer distance as our predictor. For the statistical analysis, we used a generalized linear model. We chose to use the maximum number of painted turtles observed in one of the 9 visits as a proxy for local abundance. We thought this measure was a better approximation because it reduces the variation in ambient temperature during surveys among sites, because maximum number of observations happen in a narrower range of temperature that are more suitable for basking. And so it removed the noise in the data at the same time. And that's why we chose the maximum number rather than a mean number of turtles observed. Also, as we had only 34 wetland samples, we needed to reduce the number of parameters in the model to have sufficient power to detect an effect of the predictors. So we selected only the 2 land cover variables with the highest correlations with the turtle count, which happened to be the forest cover and the wetland cover. We also added road density in our model, as this was one of our predictions, and wetland area to control for its effect on abundance. So here I just want to do a quick recap of the methodology and the data we collected to help you situate yourself. So we did 9 visits to each of the 34 wetlands, meaning we did 306 surveys. We found painted turtles in 88% of the wetlands, which is in 30 out of 34. We observed about 1,900 painted turtles total when combining all visits at all sites. And the highest turtle count for each site ranged from 1 to 143 painted turtles. And finally, there were negative correlations between landscape variables. What I mean here is that forest cover was negatively correlated to agriculture and anthropogenic cover. And forest cover was also highly negatively correlated to road densities. So here are the results of our model. Only 2 predictors were found significant, and those are the one I'm showing you today. So in the left panel, we see that as forest cover increases in the area surrounding the wetland, we found more turtles in that wetland. And in the right panel, we see that as the wetland area increases, there is more painted turtles counted in the wetland as well, which is a bit less surprising result, but still interesting. So what can we conclude from the results we found in this study? Well, first, that painted turtles are relatively tolerant to habitat alteration. As I said earlier, they were found in about 90% of the sites sampled, and the other 10% were wetlands that dried up or that were created in the past few years. So painted turtle just may not have had the time yet to colonize these new habitats. Another thing that could explain the presence of painted turtles in modified habitats is that some modified features of habitat can actually benefit turtles in some ways. They can provide new nesting sites, such as roadside banks and residential lawns, and they can produce more abundant food sources as the water bodies can become more eutrophic and have an increased productivity. So as you recall, the main goal of our study was to test if landscape composition influences painted turtle abundance. We would have liked to test directly if human-modified areas had fewer turtles, but we could not include those variables due to low statistical power. However, we found that there are more turtles in areas surrounded by more forest, and bearing in mind that anthropogenic and agricultural cover are negatively correlated to forest cover, we can suppose that there would be fewer turtles in those modified landscapes. And indeed, we know that conversion of forested land into agricultural land may cause fragmentation, degradation, and affect wetland hydrology, which could all explain lower abundances. And finally, we found no evidence of an effect of roads on painted turtle abundance, but there are many reasons that could explain the results. Our statistical power might have been too low to detect an effect, but more importantly, wildlife often show a lagged response to habitat alteration, meaning that the effects of roads can take decades to be observed on reptiles. And the effects of roads might just not be detectable yet, as the road landscapes keeps changing rapidly. However, we cannot exclude the possibility that roads do not have an impact on turtle abundance in our study system, which has been the case in other studies. But long-term studies will be needed to shed light on this uncertainty. So now what we can say about our hypothesis and our prediction is that it appears that there are fewer turtles in more modified landscapes, although we could not test it directly, but there are not fewer turtles when road density is higher. Overall, the local abundance of painted turtle do depend on landscape composition, but some land cover types, such as forest cover, are better predictors than others. And so the take-home message here is that more forested areas surrounding wetlands equals more painted turtles. And even though we did not find any effect of roads on local abundance, we should be careful with those results. And finally, painted turtles are really cool. I hope you all have a chance to observe them one day. They really are magnificent creatures. So I would like to thank Gabrielle Bloin-Demers, my supervisor, and Vincent Feisen from our lab for their huge help with the project. I also thank the Turtle Survival Alliance for this wonderful opportunity to share our work. And finally, thank you for listening to my talk. I'll be happy to answer any questions. So I see that we already have 2 questions from Jordan Gray. So Jordan asks if I analyzed the type of wetland vegetation that they preferred and if there were any negative correlation with phragmites. And that's actually a really interesting question. But unfortunately, I didn't have the data on the type of wetland vegetation that were present in my sites. But that's actually a very good one. And he also asked if in the sites I didn't find turtles, if I account for possible false negative, meaning turtles that were there, but they weren't basking at the time. That could be true, but bearing in mind that I went 9 times to each wetland, I spent like a reasonable amount of time to each site. Well, there still could be false negatives, but I think the probability is pretty low, but that still could be it. But I also chose like days where the weather was better to observe turtles. So if there were turtles in those sites, that would be a bit surprising. Yeah. So I don't know if there are any other questions.
We're going to wait just a little bit longer.
Okay.
And up next after Catherine is going to be James Patterson.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Everyone can see the screen and hear me okay. I'm very excited to be able to share with you some results from our study looking at how habitat loss roads affect turtle occupancy. Before I begin, I'd like to thank my wonderful collaborators, including Tanya Pulfer, Emma Horrigan, and Samara Sukumar at Ontario Nature, Dr. Ryan Zimmerling at the Canadian Wildlife Service, and from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, and also Trent University. As Catherine mentioned, two of the largest threats to freshwater turtles is the loss of habitat from expanding agricultural areas and also the expansion of urban and suburban development. Individual turtles, as they move between habitats and have to cross roads, there's a large risk of being struck by a vehicle and dying. Although these threats are correlated with more intense human land use of an area, they may affect populations in different ways and also affect different parts of turtle populations. So we were also curious of whether these threats amplify each other in a synergistic way. Threats to species can be synergistic when the total effect they exert on a population is greater than the sum of the individual parts when the threats occur separately. And so synergistic threats are thought to be important for species declines because often the reason that a population goes locally extinct is different than the reason that a species declines in abundance in the first place. Also, understanding how threats affect species is important for prioritizing limited conservation time and money. So specifically, if we're thinking about how habitat loss and roads might affect turtle populations, we predict that the probability of a turtle species occurring at a site here on the y-axis will decline as more habitat is converted to agricultural and urban development. And if there's a presence of a synergistic effects of road density, we expect as more roads are built that this negative effect of habitat loss is amplified so that there's a more negative effect as road density increases. I work in Ontario, where we have 8 turtle species, and 7 of them are listed as at risk under Ontario's Endangered Species Act. If we zoom in on Southern Ontario, we can see that this is a landscape that's shaped strongly by both agriculture and urbanization. So in this area, there's a very intense use of the land, but it's also the place where climate is most favorable for turtle species. And that brings turtles and people into conflict with each other. With this changing landscape, there's a very dense road network. And that means that almost all individual turtles are going to interact with roads at some point in their life, whether they have to cross it to get to a nesting site or an overwintering. And so the objectives of our study were to test how habitat loss, road density, and their interaction affect turtle occupancy. And second, to identify new locations of turtle populations. Identifying new populations of turtles is important because the legislation protecting endangered species relies on confirmed sightings of individuals. So it's important to identify places where these populations are and then obtain sightings. We used the Ontario Trafficking Atlas, which is a community science project run by Ontario Nature that included 39,925 confirmed observations of turtles made by 3,582 observers between 2009 and 2018. We classified the data into 1,622 sites that were 10 by 10 kilometers. This represented an area more than 162,000 square kilometers. So using these community science data sets allows us to ask these questions at much broader spatial and temporal scales than we would be able to with just using individual research. We analyzed the data using occupancy models, which allowed us to incorporate the variation in search effort, both sites and through time, and also landscape variables, including habitat loss and road density, but also other predictors of whether a species occurs at a site, such as the amount of precipitation and the mean annual temperature. Our models estimated two different parameters: detection probability, which is the chance of finding a turtle species if it's present at a site, and also occupancy probability, which is the chance of a turtle species occurring at a site given the predictors such as habitat loss and road density. But we used the results of our models to be able to predict the relationship between turtle occupancy and habitat loss and roads, but also to be able to predict locations where species are likely to occur, so that we can identify sites that have a high likelihood of species occurring there, but for which we do not yet have confirmed observations. Now, to move on to the results, generally turtles were less likely to occupy sites where habitat loss. So here on the y-axis is the occupancy probability for a species, where high values indicate that a turtle is likely to occur there, and low values indicate a low probability of a turtle. On the x-axis is the proportion of the site with habitat loss. So as we move to the right, more of the site is converted to agricultural sites or urban settings. You can see on the left panel, Blanding's turtles are much less likely to be found in sites with more habitat loss. On the right panel, you can see another example where northern map turtles were less likely to occur in sites with more habitat loss. One way we can compare this response among different species is to look at the coefficient that describes these curves. So here on the x-axis, I'm showing the estimate of that effect of habitat loss on turtle occupancy. And so the circles represent point estimates and the horizontal bars represent 95% confidence interval. And when the points and horizontal bars fall to the left of the dashed line, it indicates that species were negatively affected by habitat loss. And when the point and line falls to the right of the dashed line, it indicates that species had a positive effect of habitat loss on occupancy. You can see that overall, most turtles were less likely to occur in places with more habitat loss. The only species that had a positive estimate for the effect of habitat loss on occupancy was Midland painted turtle, which was a widespread species and had confirmed occupancy in 73% of the sites, including sites where more than 90% of the site was converted to agriculture or urban development. So this is a common species that seemed to be insensitive at this spatial scale to habitat loss. Now, when we look at how road density affected the probability of a turtle species occurring at a site, here now we can see the effect of road density on turtle occupancy on the x-axis. You can see that the point estimates and confidence intervals were all very close to the dashed line of zero net effect, which suggests that road density generally was a poor predictor of whether turtles occupied a site. You'll notice at the bottom that snapping turtles had a positive estimate. And again, this was a turtle species that was widespread in our study area with confirmed occupancy in 79% of sites. And so snapping turtles were relatively insensitive to road density, and most other turtle species did not respond to road density at the spatial scale that we were measuring. So now we've looked at how habitat loss and road density affects turtle occupancy. We were interested in whether there is evidence that these threats may amplify each other in a synergistic effect. Now on the x-axis, I'm showing the estimate for that interaction term between habitat loss and road density on occupancy. You'll notice that for most species, the point estimate lies on the dashed line of zero, indicating no synergistic effect between these threats. However, at the bottom, you'll notice that spotted turtles, the point estimate and confidence interval did not overlap zero, suggesting there is evidence for a synergistic effect between habitat loss and roads on spotted turtle occupancy. However, looking at this plot, we can't really visualize what this relationship looks like. As a reminder, what we would predict if there is a strong synergistic effect is that this negative relationship between habitat loss and turtle occupancy would get steeper as road density gets higher. However, when we look at the predictions for spotted turtle occupancy, you could see that for a wide range in road densities, ranging from the lower 10th percentile in our observed data, the mean here in blue, and the upper 90th percentile in observed road density as high density, all three curves overlapped in confidence intervals, suggesting that this interaction or synergistic effect was relatively weak. That overall spotted turtle occupancy was better explained by habitat loss than the interaction between habitat loss and roads. So what do our results mean? First, it confirms that habitat loss is a major threat to turtle in this system and is a strong predictor of current turtle occupancy. Second, although we found that road density at this spatial scale was a poor predictor of turtle occupancy, we know that roads are still a significant threat to these species, both from population modeling and more local field studies. We know that these long-lived species are sensitive to even small increases in adult mortality from roads. However, road density at this 10 by 10 kilometer scale was not a good predictor of whether a turtle species still occurs there. Third, we've found very little evidence of a synergistic effect between habitat loss and roads in our system, which is good news for our turtles. And I think more broadly, our results emphasize the importance of finding ways for both turtles and humans to coexist in this system. This is a heavily fragmented landscape, and it's unlikely that there will be the creation of new large protected areas to conserve these populations. That means the future of these turtles relies on the continued stewardship and conservation actions of both private landowners to conserve these species. So the next steps for our work is to use the output of our direct search effort to the sites we identified as having a high likelihood of species occurring there, including endangered species like spotted turtle, Blanding's turtle, and spiny softshells, but for which we did not have any confirmed sightings yet. Second, we're going to be looking at how the occupancy of turtles changes through time. So our current approach used static occupancy models. But in the future, we're going to expand the time frame we look at to see how changing land use affects colonization and extinction events. With that, I will be happy to take any questions.
We do have 4 questions, if you can see them in the chat there.
Sure do. Okay, question 1, was some measure of sampling effort mold in detection? Yes, excellent. The point of using occupancy modeling is to be able to incorporate imperfect detection. And so we model detection probability both as a function as the number of unique observers visiting a site in any given sampling year, the number of unique observations, but also spatial variability. Detection probability change with the amount of roads, because roads give access to our community scientists sampling those sites. So absolutely, we incorporated measures of variation in detection probability. Second question, did you analyze seasonally to see if feeding, breeding, nesting grounds, et cetera, change the abundance throughout the year? That's an excellent question. So we were only considering occupancy, so whether a species is or our analysis did not take into account local abundance. We also did not consider variation through the season. So we are only considering whether a species is found at a site in a given year. Question 3, is road density correlated with habitat loss? How does that influence your results? That's an excellent question. So we actually looked at whether there was collinearity between both habitat loss and road density, but also some of our other predictor effects. So road density and habitat loss were somewhat correlated, but not extremely strongly. The correlation was below 0.6, but some of our other predictors were also correlated with habitat loss. For example, in the map, you saw that habitat loss is much higher in the southern part of the province. That meant that temperature was correlated with habitat loss because more habitat is lost in the southern part of the province, which was more for agriculture. But both coefficients were included so that we could try to tease out the individual effects of those predictors. Question 4, did you split the observation by if they were seen on a road versus in a wetland? That's another good question. No, we pooled all sightings and we just confirmed whether a species was present at site in a given year, not considering the exact location of the observation. So that's a good question. All right, thank you everyone. Enjoy the rest of the symposium.
All right. Hey folks, my name is Ellie, and I'm a grad student with Miami University of Ohio on Project Dragonfly and also a keeper over at Staten Island Zoo. And I did a really cool observational study on diamondback terrapins here in New York. So diamondback terrapins are, as you guys probably know, a really unique species of hominid turtle that inhabits specifically brackish water. So as you can imagine, in areas like New York that are very highly developed, I was interested in finding out what factors affect where they are here on Staten Island. So the things we looked at in this study were examining the effect of foot traffic, boat traffic, and pollution on an aquatic turtle, which is listed as vulnerable. So threats to diamondback terrapins include habitat loss and degradation, as well as road collision and accidental entrapment in crab pots. So Staten Island is a prime habitat for these guys. That we have tons of the tidal estuaries and marshes that these guys inhabit as part of a blue belt here on Staten Island for stormwater management. There are comparable studies to this of examining these anthropogenic factors in New Jersey and in other parts of New York. So one of the main things that other studies have found is that coastal barriers from development can negatively impact especially female nesting terrapins, and that nest predation is one of the main categories that you want to look at when you're trying to conserve this species. So I predicted that sites with a higher rate of human presence will have less diamondback terrapin activity. They are a pretty secretive species. They're difficult to find. Unfortunately, here on Staten Island, there hasn't been a lot of research on this species, even though other areas of the city have been really well studied. The last study was done here in 2003, and they were found to be extirpated, but thanks to the Metropolitan Herpetological Society, and just some feedback that I was getting from other herpetologists on the island was that they are present here, which is why this study was so important. We're trying to get a baseline of data to figure out what we can do to better conserve both the wetlands and the species in the future. So for this study, I selected 3 sites that contained the following key components. They were all brackish tidal estuaries. They all had a proximity to prime nesting area, which was that sandy loam beach. And they all had presence of preferred food items, which for these guys, they're generalist omnivores. So they'll have sort of those crab species, especially fiddler crabs, present. So we did observational data collection. At each of the 3 sites, we did 4 hours of observational data for a total of 12 hours over a period of 2 months in the summer. So in that June to July, the height of the species nesting season, they can be hard to see in the water, especially at high tide if they're low in the water. So we tried to get visuals of them either basking or nesting on the beach. And I went out during diurnal high tide for all of these observations in hopes to see some females nesting. I did 5-minute intervals, focal scans, and I scanned for foot traffic, boat traffic, and pollution, which was just a measure of material waste, so actual physical garbage at the sites, and actually ended up doing some garbage pickup as a result of this. And so for each of the 3 sites, here's what we got. So for foot traffic, we measured people per hour. You can see site 1 had very few, whereas sites 2 and 3 had a significant amount of foot traffic. And then for that garbage level, sites 2 and 3 again had significant amounts of garbage and pollution on the beach areas, whereas site 1 was a much cleaner site. And site 1 was the only place where we positively identified diamondback terrapins. Despite the fact that the other 2 sites had sort of this prime habitat for them, we didn't see any terrapins there. So as I said, site 1 experienced the lowest levels of anthropogenic activity, and it was the only site where terrapin was positively identified. So just based on this very brief observational study, it appears that human presence does sort of negatively affect terrapin habitat preference. But this was sort of a basis for what I want to do for future studies. So the site on site 1 where we found terrapins was on the west shore. So we're a coastal island, and that west shore has a much narrower body of water than the east shore does, which is mostly open ocean adjacent bodies of water. So I'd like to examine some more sites in those habitats and try to figure out if that is a factor. We've also found other studies that have been done in the New York area have found that predation is a huge factor. And here in this area, we have lots of foxes and raccoons. So that could definitely be a contributing factor as well. And also we just want to know what the female nesting preference and success rates are looking like on Staten Island. So for future studies, we're planning to do in the works, getting some trapping devices so that we can actually physically collect the terrapins and radio tag females and figure out where those nesting sites are and what their movement and nesting patterns are to try to figure out more about this specific population on Staten Island. Future genetic studies would be really interesting to figure out if we have a unique population here or if there's a significant amount of migration happening between here and some of the New Jersey and other New York locations. And yeah, there's some more analysis that we could do with what they're eating and sort of where the presence of those preferred food items are as well. And so I wanted to say, I mentioned already that the Metropolitan Herpetological Society was incredibly helpful in helping me identify where some of the areas that these guys are present already. And thank you to Miami University and WCS for supporting this research so far. And I will wait to see if we have any questions coming in.
We do have one question in chat.
Yeah, so did I collect salinity and other water parameters at each site for comparison? I did not, and that is actually another really interesting route that I could go with further research. Diamondback terrapins tend to, one study found that their standard metabolic rate is maximized at about 8 PSU, which I think is around 21% salinity. So it would definitely be interesting to examine that in the future for sure.
We will hang on for just another bit here. Next, we're going to be hearing about comparing wetland soil contamination to freshwater turtle heavy metal bioaccumulation. Darien zone.
Okay, hopefully everyone can hear me okay. Thank you so much for coming to the last day of the symposium. My name is Darien Lozon, and I am a third-year master's student at West Virginia University. I am going to be discussing with you today one of the chapters of my thesis discussing the possible relationship between wetland soil contamination of heavy metals, as well as the possible rate of heavy metal bioaccumulation in freshwater turtles. And as we are familiar with the different sorts of land use practices that are found within a watershed, we find roads that help with the ease of transportation. We have agriculture that obviously helps with the growth of food and other sorts of food products. And we have the presence of different mining for energy and other industry. Although these different land use practices are beneficial for us, they could possibly be introducing heavy metals into watershed systems that, although these heavy metals may be present in the system naturally, they could be in much higher concentrations that could potentially not only affect the health of the wetland itself, but the plants and animals that are residing within it. And this is kind of where the discussion of freshwater turtles comes into play. Because these turtles are of high trophic position, they are more susceptible to this heavy metal bioaccumulation through a multitude of different sources, if you will. And one of the main instances where these turtles are accumulating these heavy metals is through their prey items. And for instance, with snapping turtles, because they can get much larger compared to painted turtles, for instance, they are able to eat larger prey items because these guys are known as opportunistic generalists. They can pretty much try to eat anything that fits into their mouth. So with larger prey items, the idea is they are able to accumulate more heavy metals because the prey item itself has more heavy metals in it. And this is kind of coming with the idea of juveniles, subadults, and adults, but there is also an accumulation of heavy metals in the embryonic stage of these turtles. So when they're being laid, there is a maternal transfer that occurs. So the mother is transferring heavy metals from her body to her offspring. And the embryos, while they are developing in their nest, they are susceptible to the possible heavy metals that are found in the soil that they are being nested in. And with this accumulation of heavy metals in the embryos, they have the potential of not only birth defects as well as mortality that could potentially occur. And as biologists, it's really important for us to know not only where these turtles are getting the heavy metals, but the concentrations that are found in their bodies, because like mentioned before, if a heavy metal reaches a certain level, it could potentially cause detrimental effects to the individual. And there are different types of methodologies that we can use to get these concentrations in the turtles. There's a more invasive sort of method where you can get tissue types such as kidneys and muscle tissue, but there's also a type of non-destructive tissue sampling method that we can use for collecting blood samples as well as claw samples or just the toenails, you know, and it is beneficial because it doesn't require unnecessary mortality to a population that could potentially be susceptible to that loss. And it allows the opportunity to not only get a different timestamp of accumulation. With the blood, we get a more acute concentration of accumulation, and with claws, we get a more long-term accumulation sort of snapshot, just because of that keratinized tissue that is the toenails. And along those same lines, we can sample the same individuals over the course of many years, depending on whether or not we are able to recapture them again. And that kind of gets at the question of how much of a certain metal, such as mercury or lead, can these turtles accumulate over the course of a month or a year or 10 years? And that gets to the idea of, are these levels potentially causing health defects and other things like that. So for my study, because it was a pilot study in North Central West Virginia, we just wanted to capture turtles and get tissue samples collected and see what the concentrations were of particular metals. Specifically, we looked at cadmium, chromium, mercury, lead, selenium, and zinc. And those heavy metals were particularly chosen because of the amount of literature that has been studied, particularly with freshwater turtles, and the different land use practices that are found within the watershed that I am studying, and just historical contamination and other things like that, that we wanted to see if the turtles were showing that historical contamination. And with those levels, once we got the tissue samples analyzed and we got concentrations of each of those metals, we wanted to see if there were relationships between surrounding land use of the wetland soil in and of itself, and turtle tissue. And some of the questions I wanted to ask was there a relationship between the land use of the wetlands and the soil and turtle tissue? But I wanted to go one step further and say, okay, these turtles are interacting within this wetland or this watershed. How is the wetland soil that these turtles are nesting in, possibly brumating in because it's hibernation time in West Virginia? And is there a relationship there with the concentrations in the soil and the turtles? And my study area was, as I mentioned, in north central West Virginia, particularly the Upper Deckers Creek watershed in Preston County. And noticeably here, it is a pretty fragmented deciduous forest landscape with a noticeable belt of agriculture that spreads throughout the center of the watershed. And there's a little bit of a presence of mineland, which is really interesting. And we can talk about that a little bit later as we go along. But I studied 29 sites within that watershed in 2019, 3 of which were riverine wetlands and 26 were your typical ponds and lakes that I surveyed. And interestingly, with the sites that I was able to survey, there was a vast range of sizes. The smallest site that I surveyed was 0.04 hectares in size, which was your typical outlet from another pond. And the largest was 8.41 hectares, which was an impoundment. And impoundments are pretty common in West Virginia. So it was really interesting to see the heavy metal concentrations there. But once I captured all of my turtles at each of those sites, I collected 1 milliliter of blood from the caudal vein, which is just the vein that goes along the tail, either from the top side of the tail or the bottom side, depending on the species. And depending on the quality and quantity of the toenails that were present on the turtle, I was able to take 1 to 2 millimeters of 2 or 3 to 4 hind toenails. And the hind toenails is important because particular species like painted turtles use their foreclaws for courtship display, and we wanted to minimize impact of that. And all of the tissue samples were analyzed using an inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometer. And the tissue samples and the soil samples were done similarly. And with the soil, we collected 2 samples from each of the 29 sites to get a little bit of an average of the heavy metal contamination that was found at each of the sites. And those samples were refrigerated until analysis. And for land use, because of that broad range of sizes, we didn't want to skew those sorts of numbers. We wanted to make sure they were comparable. So for the different land use practices that were surrounding the wetlands, we calculated percent composition within 4 different buffer sizes. We did 1 kilometer, as well as 500 meters, 250 meters, and we added a 30-meter buffer later on. For statistical analysis, we conducted a redundancy analysis, which the idea of redundancy analysis will make a lot more sense once we get a look at the charts. But I ran a total of 8 RDAs, 4 for each of turtle tissues and wetland soil, because we wanted to take into account of those different buffer sizes. And for covariates that we looked at, we wanted to look at demographics of the turtles themselves, which we looked at species as well as straight line carapace length for accounting for those different size classes of turtles that we captured. But we also wanted to look at geographic covariates, saying, what is the percent composition of forest and agriculture within each of these buffers? But we also wanted to look at proximity to say, how far away from that little spit of mineland that I showed you before are these wetlands, and how far away from roads are these wetlands located, because different contamination metals can come from runoff from those particular types of land use practices. And for wetland soil, similarly, we looked at the agriculture and forest and proximity from each of the wetlands. To give you an idea of sample size, I collected 128 samples of either blood or nail tissues from each of painted and snapping turtles, and the sex classes there are for you to observe. And with those numbers and the samples that we were able to analyze, the turtles themselves, the blood samples, it wasn't very surprising that the contamination or the concentrations of heavy metals were fairly close to zero. As I mentioned before, these blood samples are looking at more acute contamination. So that's kind of looking at what they ate within the last 2 weeks sort of idea. So that wasn't too surprising there. But what was really interesting to find was with zinc, it was the highest concentration out of all of the tissue types, out of all of the heavy metals that we sampled and looked at. But after looking into the literature, it's actually been found fairly common for painted and snapping turtles to have higher levels of zinc in their bodies. And I'm not entirely sure why that is. It could be due to the fact that they have a more protein-rich diet. So that could be a potential reason as to why that is. And looking at the RDAs, so to give you an idea, an RDA is essentially looking at the relationships between a multivariate response, which is the amount of concentrations for each of the heavy metals that we sampled, and for each of the different covariates that we looked at, it either has a strong or a weak, which looks at the length of the arrow, and a positive or negative relationship, which looks at the direction of the arrow. So here we notice that there is a strong positive relationship with selenium found in turtles and selenium found in soil, which was really interesting because this was the only strong positive correlation or relationship that we found within turtles and the soil. And along those same lines, we find a strong negative relationship with that straight line carapace length and the distance from mine land with that turtle selenium. And there's also a negative relationship with agriculture within 250 meters. Looking at soil, we didn't really have anything that we were really expecting. This was more exploratory, but with lead and zinc, it was really interesting that the outlier for each of those metals is the same site. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. It could be that this particular site has had lead contamination historically, so that could possibly be what's going on there. And with the soil levels that were found there, we noticed that forest within 250 meters was the primary covariate that had the strongest relationship with a lot of the heavy metals here. Regardless of whether it was lead, zinc, or mercury, that presence of forest within 250 meters had a strong positive relationship there. And we also see mine and selenium having a negative relationship again within the soil. So there seems to be a little bit of a triangle relationship between turtle selenium, soil selenium, and mine land, which was really interesting to find. So to kind of check our boxes and make sure that we were able to reach all of our objectives in the study, we just wanted to see at first what the size classes were looking like with each of these particular species painted and snapping turtles. And we found with the RDAs that straight line carapace length, interestingly, had a negative relationship with tissue selenium, which was kind of opposite of what I would expect because there are larger individuals, they may typically be older or they're able to get larger prey items. So you would think that they would have higher concentrations of selenium, but over the course of time, they could become more efficient at excreting selenium from their bodies. So that could possibly be what's going on there, but I'm not entirely sure. And not surprisingly, snapping turtles were found to be more positively related with 5 out of the 6 heavy metals that we tested. Looking at the relationship between land use and the heavy metals in the turtles, we found that distance from mine land and percent agriculture within 250 meters was negatively related to tissue selenium, which was really interesting to find there. And land use practices and the heavy metals in soil, we found that forest, interestingly, within that 250 meter buffer was positively related with mercury, lead, and zinc. And that mine land is coming in again where it was negatively related. So we're looking at the distance from mine land, right? So the farther away the wetland is from mine land, it had less selenium and chromium in the soil. And I guess at the end of the day, kind of putting a bow on top of everything, was there a relationship between the soil in the wetland and the turtles that were found in the same wetland? And we found that there was a strong positive relationship between soil selenium and soil mercury, interestingly, that came up out of nowhere. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but there was a strong positive relationship with the selenium that was found in turtles. And with all of this information, what we can do is saying there's a proximal distance from mineland or roads that we could have a wetland that is less influenced or having less amounts of contamination of these metals, and have a sort of sensitivity analysis that we could say, with created wetlands, where can we put them so they're less likely to get this contamination and possibly have the turtles get contaminated by that. And we can also address the question of how far away from a wetland should we manage. Interestingly, with my RDAs, both of the top models for turtle tissue and wetland soil was within 250 meters. But I can't say within a realm of certainty that that is the end all be all number, because not all wetlands are the same, so we shouldn't manage them as such. But within this particular area of my study, that could potentially be the case. And mineland came into a lot of the summary of my analysis and things like that. And selenium and chromium are two of the top pollutants that are associated with coal mining. And that's pretty common in West Virginia just because we're the typical coal country, right? So with that little blip of mineland, it may not seem like much, but it could have a possibly higher effect than we realize within the watershed. And with all of that said, I have a lot of people to thank for this study. It could not have been done without them. I have to give a little shout out to the Society of Wetland Scientists for partially funding this project, as well as the Samuel family, Dr. David and his wife, Catherine, for funding this project in many different ways. I also have to thank NRCCE for analyzing all of my samples, and West Virginia University interns, volunteers, colleagues, landowners could not have done it without you. So thank you so much for everything. And we'll take a couple seconds to get some questions, but I'd like to thank you for your time.
Right. You have one from Richard in the chat.
All right, so the question is, are there any apparent direct impacts of the metals on turtle ecology and reproduction? So it really depends on the heavy metal in question. I obviously looked at 6 heavy metals, and I believe in the literature there is some presence of people reporting that hatching success definitely decreases. I can't say exactly which heavy metals it is, but there is literature out there that reports that. And with certain metals like selenium or zinc or mercury or lead, much higher concentrations could potentially lead to mortality. So that's not necessarily great.
It's fascinating stuff. We're going to hold on for just another minute.
Yep, no problem. Good question. Okay, so the question is, are snapping turtles in this area harvested by people for food? And it isn't super common, but it does happen. And I have actually had instances where I'm in the process of handling a turtle and people are stopping by because I'm in public areas like wildlife management areas and things. And they're saying, oh, that looks like good turtle soup there. And I'm thinking, no, please don't say that. That's not good. But yeah, so it does happen, and I've seen turtle jigs on some of my sites along the shore, so it definitely does happen. And I'm really interested to see, one of the things that I want to do with this particular study is say, with EPA standards of mercury and the mercury that I find in my turtles, is it necessarily healthy for these people to eat turtles as regularly as they do, if they do eat turtles regularly, and should there be a regulation for within this particular area, you should only eat so many turtles within a year or something along those lines. So very good question. Thank you. LD50 determinations of hatchlings in captivity. I'm not entirely sure about that. So the question is just incorporating LD50 determinations of hatchlings in captivity. So from what I understand with LD50, so you have turtles in captivity and you're introducing heavy metals to them and seeing how they respond, I guess, over the course of time. And I have found just with courses that I've taken and other things like that, turtles aren't necessarily good test subjects for studies like that, just because they are long-lived species. And for instance, if we wanted to answer the question of if it affected reproduction, these guys are long-lived species and it takes them a while to become sexually mature, and having a study with turtles in captivity for 20-25 years, it's not necessarily conducive that I know of. So fish are really common with LD50 studies that I know of, and turtles not so much, unfortunately, because of that. Good question. And I think that's it. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay. I hope everyone can hear me. Are you guys there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. And my screen hopefully is up.
It is.
Excellent. Well, thank you guys very much. Like everyone else, I want to thank the organizers for having put together this meeting. It's been a ton of fun, really valuable. And I also want to thank my co-authors on this paper, Brian, Katie, and Teal, for letting me present this. They're all pretty busy with COVID-related things, so doing this fell to me. So today, obviously, we're going to be talking about what we call the high conservation value of an urban population of a state endangered turtle, the northern map turtle. As we've heard already today, and we've heard throughout our sessions, and certainly don't need to convince anybody here of this, urbanization and the land loss that comes from suburban sprawl are obviously a major impact on aquatic turtles, in addition to the draining of the wetlands and the direct loss of habitat. Those surviving habitat patches become very isolated. And again, as we already heard today, they get subject to pollution, and females are often subject to being killed by cars on roads with all the consequent negative effects that come from that. However, we also have cases, as we've heard during some of our earlier sessions, that there are situations where turtles persist in what we would typically call urbanized or certainly suburbanized areas, that even though these are areas that most of us as turtle biologists would look at and go, this is not a great place for a turtle to be, we see turtle populations there. And we see this not only in fairly widespread and resilient species such as painted turtles, but also there are examples of this in Western pond turtles, which we've had an entire session about, Western pond turtles persisting in urban areas. And so understanding how this occurs, why some species and why some populations can persist under what can only be termed highly altered environmental conditions, I would argue is a fairly important management issue going forward in the 21st century, because obviously land loss and urbanization are not slowing down. The beast we're going to talk about today is the northern map turtle, or otherwise known as the common map turtle, Graptemis geographica. The range is shown here on the right. It's fairly widespread in North America, ranging from southern Canada through most of the north tier and central states in the US, and has some peripheral distribution in the northeastern and mid-Atlantic US. Globally, this is a species of least concern. It's not impacted very heavily by most issues, but it is considered to be endangered in at least 3 jurisdictions in Maryland, Kentucky, and Kansas, and is also listed as a species of least concern species of special concern in Canada. So it does have some legal protection in some parts of the range. In the state that we're going to be looking at in Maryland, the species is distributed only in a relatively limited stretch of the Susquehanna River, ranging from the Pennsylvania line on down to Chesapeake Bay down here. In a few tributaries of the Susquehanna River is the only places that we find northern map turtles. The range in Maryland in particular is bifurcated by this. This is the Conowingo Hydroelectric Dam. This literally cuts the range in Maryland in two. You're looking northward here towards Pennsylvania. And so this is what we refer to as the Conowingo Pond, where there's very limited flow and the waters are very deep and it's basically a reservoir. And down here south of downstream of the dam, obviously we go back to very high river flows. These river flows are heavily controlled by the dam. So the river flows will go from 0 to very high, depending on flood conditions of waters coming out of Pennsylvania and New York. So obviously this has a lot of impacts on the turtle, particularly the loss of natural sandbars, which are the primary nesting areas, have been pretty much eliminated by the presence of the dam. We got involved in studying map turtles in Maryland back in 2008. So this is work that's been going on for about 12 years now. When the State Department of Natural Resources first approached us, we didn't even know whether the turtle still existed in Maryland. So I immediately brought on one of my graduate students, Teal Richards Dimitri, who's seen here in this photograph, looking at the turtles. We did a variety of typical things. We wanted to look at habitat use, population size, and especially we wanted to know where and when nesting took place. We did this both through direct observations and by putting radio transmitters on adult-sized females and following them to various areas in the Susquehanna River. And we concentrated our nesting surveys on what we would call at least reasonably natural areas, which were islands in the middle of the river and remnant sandbars on the river shorelines. And indeed, there was a lot of nesting there, and we were convinced that this is where the nesting would take place. However, the place where we launched our boats is in a town on the eastern bank of the Susquehanna River. And this is the area that we would launch our kayaks. And you may think that this looks pretty terrible, and it really was, but this is one of the only unarmored stretches of shoreline in the entire Susquehanna River drainage south of the Conowingo Dam. This is one of the few places where you don't have riprap or concrete walls. And so it was a reasonably convenient place for us to bring our kayaks and our boats in and out of the water. Plus the town itself has pizza and beer and other things that are important to field biologists. So it was a good place to take a break. And we were in and out of this area quite a bit. Immediately adjacent, here is the area we just talked about. It's right here. You can't really see it. I can't point at it for whatever reason, but where these yellow dots are right here is where we would pull our boat out, this right here. And immediately adjacent to this is this very large developed marina. And here is the rest of town going northward and upstream here. So this is east and this is north. And you can see this is a really developed area. And as we pulled our kayaks in and out of this area with our radio transmitter gear, the people in the marina here would say, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" And we would tell them the story about northern map turtles, and they're endangered. And these are species that, you know, we're trying to figure out where they nest. And they said, "Well, they nest right here in our parking lot." And we said, "Sure they do. Absolutely. An endangered turtle that's known to nest predominantly on sandbars nests in the marina parking lot. Sure, guys." And they said, no, seriously, they nest in our parking lot." And I said, "Okay, here's my cell phone number. Call me when one of these quote unquote turtles nests in your parking lot." And sure enough, Murphy's Law being what it is, the next day we get a phone call. And here is at the end of this arrow right here, here is one of our radio transmitter turtles named Rhonda, who is just coming back from nesting in the marina parking lot. And the Susquehanna River is back here, moving in this direction, and she was actually retreating from her nest site, which I'll show you in just a minute. So we went, this is interesting. And so we started spending a lot more time in town. And what we found is that this is in fact what they're doing. They're coming up out of the river in the only unarmored section of shoreline on this side of the river in Cecil County in Maryland. They're coming out, they cross through the parking lot, and what they do is they move to this railroad track embankment, and this is where they want to nest, is along this railroad track. So we started putting a lot more effort into looking at this. We started looking at the use of this. What we did is we monitored nesting activity 6 to 7 days a week, pretty much from dawn till dusk for about 8 years. We did this through a combination of putting crazy undergraduates who were insane enough to agree to be out in the hot temperatures in Maryland for 8 to 10 hours a day in a blind. You can see it right here at the end of this arrow. We also used GoPro cameras and eventually game cameras to monitor the turtle populations. When we found a nest, the female was captured and processed as you would do standard things, measured length, carapace and plastron length and body mass, and given a mark. And the nests were initially left uncaged so we could determine what kind of nest success we had. And we did this for about 9 years. I'll jump right to the results since I want to make sure we end on time. Here is the nesting effort. Here I'm just showing select years from 2011 to 2017. Number of females ranged from 4 individual females to 11 individual females captured on land. We knew this wasn't everyone because the turtles could nest in areas where we couldn't survey. Number of nests we found per year ranged from 2 to about 8. But most importantly, I want to draw your attention to this last column, which is the nesting success. And you can see that 100% of our nests produced eggs every year, except for 2015 when it was 50%. And that was, we think, a blip. But this is very notable. This very high nesting success. We'll come back to that in just a few minutes. In terms of where the turtles nest, they nested in areas very closely constrained to the Susquehanna River, which you can see down here. The distance to water was between 1 and 62 meters. We had one turtle nest literally right on the edge of the water within a meter. And we had one turtle that moved about 62 meters all the way in the back here. But the nesting sites themselves are not things that you would ever think of a turtle, particularly an endangered turtle, using. This is the marina here on the left, this large structure. This is the fence that separates the marina from the railroad track embankment. And what the turtles would do is they'd wander up and down this fence looking for a suitable site, and then they would dig a nest. Here's a nest right here where the turtle has placed a nest almost up against this chain link fence. You can see the soil. The soil is really, really terrible. It's just awful. It's highly compacted. It's been used for many, many years for a variety of things. There's a huge amount of rock debris here, but somehow the turtles were successfully digging nests, and those nests themselves were in fact successful. In terms of the quantitative demographic data, between 2009 and 2018, we captured 21 individual females, and we captured them a total of 82 times. Number of captures per female ranged from 1 to 14. We had females that nested in up to 7 different years. Most of our females we only found in 1 year, but 9 different females were found in 3 to 11 different years. The number of nesting females per year averaged about 7.5. We ran all this through Program Mark. I won't go through all the details of which was the top model for sake of time, but we found estimated population size of about 32 females with 95% confidence limits of 22 to 42 individuals. So we actually have a modest to moderate number of females nesting in town. And the annual survivorship of these turtles is 89% with 95% confidence intervals of 79 to 95%. So it's a reasonable sized population of individuals with a reasonable demographic in terms of survival. One of the real questions in here is, how is this occurring? Because this study area is, when we say disturbed by humans, it has been developed by humans since at least 1750. Probably before that, but we have detailed records that go back 275 years of this town being developed. It's been used in everything from a port for shipped goods from upstream during colonial days. It was used as a quarry. It was used as a railroad station. It was used as a shipyard. Here's a picture from the 1880s of our study site. This is the little house, that stone house you saw where we set up our blinds. That's here in the 1880s, and you can see there's a larger set of railroad tracks here with a railroad station. And here's a picture taken in the 1950s of the shoreline. This is an area that actually was used for building the Fort McHenry Tunnel. They actually quarried stone from this area and built sections of the Fort McHenry Tunnel literally right on top of our study site. So this is an area that's experienced extreme levels of human disturbance. And the question that we have, of course, is our population in town of a long-term nature, or is it of a more recent origin? And the answer is we honestly don't know. What I'll leave you with is that the significance of this population in terms of population viability is high. These are pictures of a more natural nesting site upstream. You can see this is a more open remnant sandbar. It looks like a better place for turtles to nest. And we get up to 175 nests being built in these areas, but the nest success in these sites is extremely low. Between flooding from the river and especially subsidized predators, specifically raccoons, you can see down here, the nest survival at the more natural sites is extremely low, less than 5%. And we feel that the data suggests that the primary source of recruitment for this population actually is from our urbanized area, which has such little in the way of predation and nest mortality. So in summary, we have a moderate sized population of map turtles using a very highly altered habitat within a strongly urbanized area. The population is of moderate size. Survivorship is reasonable for a turtle like this, and the turtles do return multiple times over at least a 10-year period. The population may have persisted much longer. We don't know whether or not that's true, but based on what we've talked about with people in town, we think that it is. And most surprisingly, the nest success in town is much higher than in, quote, natural habitats, where a combination of flooding and raccoon predation limits nest success. And most recently, we've partnered with the local residents in town. We've developed actually a field station on the site. We have fenced off the nesting area to prevent people from disturbing the turtles while they're nesting. And we have heavily engaged with the people in town to help protect this population. So with that, I'll take any questions that you might have. Having trouble finding the chat, getting the chat to come up. So let me see.
Not a problem. I can relay the questions to you, Richard. There are three.
I've actually got them now.
Good deal.
Yeah, I was able to call them up. Were the nests predated by subsidized predators? We have only, so you're talking about the natural nests. The natural nests are almost entirely taken by raccoons. In town, our one nest predation event, we do not know what it's from. We think it might have been a fox, but that was an odd situation because someone dug up the nest and left the eggs exposed, and that's when that one nest in town was predated. Question 2, do I think that there are less nest predators in urban areas? I would have said that until I started watching the symposium. We had a paper a few weeks ago on nest success in wood turtles in Virginia. And it turned out that the nest predators were actually being deterred by the presence of the investigators. And I've spoken with that group, and they think that might be what's going on in town, that actually the high level of use of our nesting site by the researchers and by visitors to town may be just limiting the ability of the predators to get into and attack those nests. Don't know whether that's true. They are very successful at getting to the water. And yes, in terms of general recruitment, we follow the turtles to the water. We find them getting into the water themselves. We've done mark recapture on the hatchlings, and they grow very rapidly immediately off the town area. There's good growth of submerged aquatic vegetation right off the marina in town, and the turtles, the young turtles, hang there for up to 3 months after nesting. After they come out the following year because they overwinter in the nest. So that does seem to be good recruitment. No, I have not seen any historic records. Data on map turtles are very limited. The question is if there's historic records for graptemes there. They've been observed in the past by the local residents who have also responded seeing them, but we're trying to get with the Historical Society to see if they have any records of the turtles. How receptive has the community been? They have been tremendously receptive. We thought we'd get the typical, oh my God, get this endangered turtle out of our town. The exact opposite is true. They love the turtle. They've adopted a turtle as a mascot. They make puppets of Rhonda. They have a turtle festival. They have helped rebuild that old gas house and made it into a field station for us. So yes, it's been tremendously successful. It really shows if you don't have a schism and you have reasonable people, it's actually worked out really well. The town has not reconstructed the natural embankment, but we have done it through Maryland DNR has come in and built a living shoreline. And if I had had time, I would have shown you pictures of what the shoreline looks like now. And it's much nicer than it was back when I took that picture. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate your time. Time to go.
Thanks, Richard. Just go ahead and stop your screen share.
I will try to do that.
Hello, my name is Lucas Harrelson, and I'm a master's student at the University of Southern Mississippi. Thank you all for tuning in to my discussion on the impacts of streamflow modification on turtle assemblages in Mississippi. Sadly, I am unable to give this talk live as I am in the field right now, but I hope that everyone can hear me all right and that you enjoy my presentation. So a little background first. Most of us are well aware of the global extinction crisis facing today's turtles, with these reptiles representing perhaps the world's most imperiled vertebrate taxon. There are several factors driving to this decline, including the Asian turtle crisis, habitat loss and alteration, and climate change, to name a few. As such, it is paramount to identify and conserve areas with high turtle diversity and abundances. Mississippi is one such area, nestled within the southeastern North American turtle priority area, which is second only to the Ganges-Brahmaputra region of India in terms of turtle diversity. The state boasts 31 native species, with a lot of that richness coming from within the Graptomys or map turtle genus. Zooming out a bit, there are 5 main anthropogenic challenges facing aquatic environments that work synergistically to threaten these systems and their constituent species. These are substantial, as surface freshwater only represents 0.01% of the Earth's water, yet contains as much as 1/3 of all vertebrate species. My master's research deals with the impacts of these 3 threats on turtle assemblages and health, and today I'm going to discuss one of my chapters concerning flow modification on turtle communities. As humans, we are in the habit of disturbing the natural hydrology of riverine systems to better suit our need and to boost our wallets. In the U.S. alone, we have modified more than 19,000 river kilometers for commercial navigation and established more than 75 reservoirs and 276 navigational locks. Worldwide, dams retain 5 times the volume of all the world's rivers, which has actually shifted the geodynamics of our planet, causing it to spin off its axis. Prior studies have shown that channelization and impoundments can threaten freshwater turtles via various processes, including reducing habitat heterogeneity, destroying nesting areas, directly killing turtles via construction, habitat and population fragmentation, and reducing food availability. These modifications to streamflow dynamics are worrisome, as variable streamflow has been deemed the single most determining factor in riverine health. The natural flow regime paradigm states that both inter- and intra-annual variation is necessary in streamflow regimes to the healthy functioning of the ecosystem and its resident species. As a result, there have been considerable amount of research done with streamflow modification on the impacts of fish and invertebrate community dynamics, but let's face it, that's just turtle food, with much less being done concerning how these reptiles respond to such alterations. Considering the important role turtles play in healthy lotic system functioning, it is important to understand how such changes affect turtle community assemblages. Getting into our study sites, we have extensively sampled the Pascagoula, Pearl, and Tombigbee river drainages, and these are interesting because they represent a gradient of hydrologic alteration. We've got the Pascagoula situated in the southeast corner of the state, which represents the least impacted major river system in the continental U.S. We have the Pearl in the middle there, which has undergone a moderate alteration with the Ross Barnett Reservoir and 2 sills and is further threatened by the proposed One Lake project. And finally, we have the Tom Bigby in the northeast corner of the state, which has been highly altered to serve as a navigational alternative to the Mississippi. The Tom Bigby, which historically boasted aquatically diverse communities, has been converted to a series of pools and dams in order to create the Tennessee Tom Bigby waterway, which connects the 2 historically disjunct drainages. This was nothing short of an ecological travesty, eliminating the free-flowing nature of 170 miles of tributaries, 140 miles of main stem river, and altering over 100,000 acres of forested and agricultural land, not to mention the act of admixing distinct populations and endemic species from the 2 drainages. For the assessment of flow modification, I use the indicators of hydrologic alteration software, which is freeware put out by the Nature Conservancy and is based off the methods outlined by Richter et al. The IHA uses daily stream flow data from stream gauges to generate 32 biologically relevant parameters that fit into these 5 categories. One of the analyses the program can do is a range of variability analysis using non-parametric data from pre-impact and post-impact time periods, and this gives you a hydrologic alteration score, or an HA score, for each of the 32 parameters. I ran separate analyses comparing the Pearl and the Tom Bigby to the Pascagoula, using the pristine Pascagoula as a null model for alteration. Depending on the availability of the data, I use 20 years or 18 years of daily stream flow data for pre- and post-impact time periods, with the impact years being determined by drainage-specific alterations. So when I compare the Pearl and the Pascagoula, pre-impact years were 1938 to 55, and post-impact years were 1965 to 84, and this was determined by the construction of the Ross Barnett Reservoir as well as the sills. For my comparison of the Pascagoula to the Tom Bigby, the pre-impact years was 1952 to 71, and the post-impact years were 1990 to 2009, and that was based on the construction of the Tennessee Tom Bigby waterway. With the results of the RVA, I ran a principal component analysis to visualize the hydrologic alteration scores, as well as a permutational ANOVA of Euclidean distance to test for significance. For the PCA, I selected to show a few of the variables with the heaviest loadings on PC 1 and 2, and the centroid is circled there as well. Comparing the Pascagoula and the Tom Bigby, PC 1 and 2 accounted for 54.8% of the variance, and the 2 drainages had significantly distinct HA scores as determined by the PermaNova. Changes in the magnitude and duration of annual extreme water conditions, the timing of annual extreme water conditions, the frequency and duration of high and low pulses, and the rate of frequency of water condition changes were driving the variance between the 2 drainages. As for the comparison of the Pearl and the Pascagoula, we can see that PC 1 and 2 accounted for less of the variance at 38%, and that HA values were approaching significance but not quite significantly distinct between drainages. Changes in the magnitude of monthly water conditions and in the magnitude and duration of annual extreme water conditions were driving the differences between drainages in the PCA. Getting into our turtle surveys, we set 16 to 23 baited 3 and 4 foot hoop nets and leave them for 3 trap nights. We check them daily and rebait after 48 hours or when needed. We also supplement our trapping effort with basking surveys as well. For the Pascagoula, we have 12 sites, the Pearl 13, and the Tom Bigby 11, and we have about 800 trap nights in each river drainage. Starting with some univariate statistics, I used ANOVA's and Kruskal-Wallis rank sum tests with post hoc tests to determine significant differences between drainages. We can see that the Pascagoula had significantly higher species richness per site than the other 2 drainages, and that the Tom Bigby had significantly lower evenness than the Pascagoula and the Pearl. Catch rates were highest in the Tom Bigby, and we'll see why in just a second, with the Pearl having significantly lower catch rates than the other 2 drainages. Red-eared sliders relative abundance was significantly lower in the Pascagoula, highest in the Tom Bigby, and intermediate in the Pearl. And again, we'll see why I chose to focus on sliders in just a bit. If we look at rank abundance curves for our drainages, we can see that one drainage is not like the other. But first, looking at the Pascagoula and Pearl drainage, we can see similar patterns, with the difference being one of scale and a shuffling of the 4 most abundant species, which were the same in both systems, namely red-eared sliders, alligator snapping turtles, spiny softshells, and razorback musk turtles. Moving on to the Tom Bigby, though, we see this precipitous drop between the first 2 species and everything else. This curve is indicative of a highly disturbed system, with intolerant species being outcompeted. To put this in context, we caught 838 turtles from the Tombigbee last year, and 713 of them were sliders and spiny softshells. Our next most abundant species was common snappers, which is another species we don't typically see in lotic habitats in Mississippi. To further compare drainages using multivariate tools, I used a permanova of Bray-Curtis dissimilarity and found that drainage was a significant factor, accounting for almost 36% of the variation between sites. If we look at the sites in ordinal space using an NMDS, we can see that there is some overlap between the Pearl and the Pascagoula, whereas the Tombigbee is quite distinct. While similarity in geology and drainage area, it can describe this pattern. If we overlay the species names, it tells a different stories. It is important to note that for both the NMDS and Permanova, I treated microcephalic map turtles, megacephalic map turtles, and lotic musk turtles as functional species to limit the amount that endemism was driving the analyses. Superimposing species onto the NMDS shows that more obligate riverine species are placed within the Pascagoula and Pearl drainages, whereas lentic species and generalists are more associated with the Tombigbee drainage. A simpler analysis showed that these three species are most responsible for the dissimilarity between drainages, with sliders leading the way. So getting into the results of that SIMPER or similarity percentage analysis, which aims to assess each species' contribution to Bray-Curtis dissimilarity, we can see that red-eared sliders are the driving force between differences in each drainage, with alligator snapping turtles and spiny softshells ranking second and third most causal depending on the comparison. On the bottom there, you can also see the results of the indicator species analysis I ran to determine which species are indicators of sample groups. The results of this shows that river cooters, alligator snapping turtles, and smooth softshells were associated significantly with the Pascagoula. Interestingly, this is consistent with other studies of streamflow modification in North America that show that smooth softshells are particularly affected by hydrologic alteration. As for the Tombigbee group, we have our lentic and generalist species, red-eared sliders, common snappers, and spiny softshells. No species were indicators of the Pearl group. So what does it all mean? Well, first, let's talk about slider world domination. This is a virtual conference, and hopefully there are people watching from all over the globe. Unfortunately, there's a good chance that wherever you're tuning in from, you're well aware of red-eared sliders and you've got them in your nearest water body. This species is considered one of the world's worst invasive alien species. It is native to the southeast United States and is the turtle of the pet trade. It has now been released all over the world, where it is known to outcompete resident turtle species and disrupt food webs. SIMPER analysis reveals that sliders are driving the dissimilarity between drainages, representing extremely low abundances in the free-flowing Pascagoula, moderate abundances in the semi-altered Pearl, and being the foremost indicator species of the Tombigbee, where it is outcompeting species they have evolved alongside with as riverine habitats lose their heterogeneity and become lentic pools. If we flash back to that diagram showing the additive threats of aquatic ecosystems, I want to highlight this interaction between flow modification and invasive species. As the variability of natural stream flow limits invasibility, places where sliders are non-native and rivers are being converted to stagnant habitats run the risk of setting up a perfect scenario for establishment and dominance of the species. In conclusion, species assemblages are not dictated by one factor, but several that vary spatially and temporally, making it difficult to parse out causal elements. This issue is compounded with long-lived species and without pre-impact turtle data. However, it is apparent that turtle assemblages are significantly distinct between drainages, with the Tombigbee being most dissimilar. As the free-flowing nature of the Tombigbee has been converted to stagnant environments, species more tolerant of lentic conditions are thriving, most notably the red-eared slider. As a result, water managers who usually only consider select species in their assessments of hydrology projects should forego their taxonomic bias towards fish and invertebrates and instead consider the ecosystem functioning as a whole. As we are now well aware of the dire threats facing turtles and the essential services they offer in riparian ecosystems, it is paramount that turtles be considered into future management plans going forward. I'd like to thank you all very much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. I'd like to thank my awesome Turtle Lab and our funding sources. And if you have any questions, please feel free to email me. My contact info is up there. Thank you very much.
making sure that I'm off mute and my screen has been shared. Hi, my name is Christina Jones. I'm the Turtles Project Coordinator with the Arizona Game and Fish Department. I'm also one of the co-founders and co-chairs of the Partners in Amphibian and Reptile Conservation Turtle Networking Team, which is a mouthful, so I'm going to refer to it as the Park TNT. And I want to welcome you to the final session of the 18th Annual Symposium. And over the next few minutes, I'm going to introduce you to the recently formed Park TNT and to this session, which explores the unsustainable demand for turtles, shares law enforcement efforts in and to curb unlawful collection, and brings attention to several organizations that are working to combat the trade. And it will also share some current efforts to repatriate confiscated turtles. So the need for a turtle networking team, a national one, was made clear during the 2018 Tri-National Trade and Enforcement Training Workshop in Miami, Florida. And here is where a small group of invited Fish and Wildlife Agency biologists and investigative and intelligence agents, as well as biologists and experts from nonprofits from Canada, Mexico, and the United States, shared information on the science and trade of these 12 previously selected CITES Appendix 2 species, and how legal and sustainable trade could be facilitated and maintained and able to maintain our viable populations in the wild. This really heightened my awareness of the global plight of turtles, and also demonstrated a critical need to provide the space and time to create or reinforce inter and intra-agency and organizational relationships among biologists and law enforcement officers. So since 2018, the interest in the TNT has grown, and through discussions, we identified these key objectives. We need to work collaboratively to identify the greatest issues and concerns related to understanding the management of turtle populations in North America. We need to coordinate and develop partnerships, strategies, and tools to address broad-scale turtle conservation issues, and also to provide a centralized online location to house conservation outreach products, resources, and contacts. Now, while Scott Buchanan is going to describe the working groups, initiatives, and share the decision for the collaborative to combat the illegal trade in turtles to merge with the TNT during his presentation, I did want to share our organizational structure here, as it does illustrate that the intent of the TNT is to truly serve as a turtle conservation umbrella. So using the CCITT working groups that have been so successful in North and Southeastern United States as models, we are hoping to grow the additional regional working groups, so Midwest and North and Southwest, to promote turtle conservation across North America. And so we truly are a networking team, and it is through this network that we are really hoping to reduce redundancy and fully harness the collective power gained by coordinating with existing turtle groups and experts. So with the merger, our leadership has expanded from my fellow co-founders and chairs, Noelle Raymond with Fish and Wildlife Service as my co-chair, and then Michelle Chrisman also with Fish and Wildlife Service and as the national coordinator, federal coordinator for Park, who has been an exceptional advisor with this team. It now has been expanded to include the leads for the CCITT, which was Scott Buchanan, Lori Erb, Jennifer Seven, and Julie Slacum. Now I'm going to share some of the Park TNT recent efforts. So in July, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, CITES Technical Working Group, released a case study that provides an overview of the international demand and trade in US freshwater turtles and tortoises in relationship to CITES. And it details that turtles as a group have life history traits that are characteristic of slow to mature and long-lived species that combined with low recruitment makes them uniquely quick to decline and very slow to recover. So this study also identified some information gaps in future steps needed to assist decision makers, several of which, including the need to build these partnerships and work cooperatively to address conservation issues, are among those key objectives for the TNT. And so to further strengthen the use of this case study, which was shared with agency, federal and state agency directors and program managers and branch chiefs, I'm currently working through the Turtle Networking team with a bunch of experts in the US to populate a life history table to accompany this document. And that we think is going to be truly beneficial to those same decision makers. So the TNT was invited to host a workshop during the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies summer meeting in 2020, and it was on illegal turtle trade. We were also featured a very nice note that we wrote on turtle trade to start bringing attention to this issue to the western half of North America. And so through a series of 12 presentations from these organizations and agencies that ranged from overview of the global trade in turtles, human dimensions of turtle trafficking, enforcement efforts, some of which will be shared later today from Russell Murden and George Wilson, and confiscations. We stressed why turtles matter and provided the impacts that illegal trade has on our native populations. And again, emphasize that it is through intra-agency and intrastate partnerships where we can make great strides to curb illegal collection. We also highlighted the role of state and federal regulations play in illegal turtle trade, and how agencies within the WAFA region could join the effort to assess populations of turtles and therefore somehow start working to reduce the threat of and impact that the unlawful turtle collection has within this region. And then earlier this month, we were delighted to be invited to work with the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies Law Enforcement Committee, and also their amphibian and reptile conservation committees. We worked with them to develop agendas that allowed discussions on illegal trade in turtles. And again, the focus of reevaluating state and federal regulations for turtles. And again, this was another one of the important steps in creating that time and space to develop the partnerships between agency, law enforcement, and biologists. And through the successes of our efforts with both WAFWA and AFWA meetings, we've now been asked to co-host workshops with AFWA on the turtle trade for both national and regional meetings. So along these lines, we have been working with Southeast Park to create and host a workshop for state and federal agency biologists and law enforcement officers. And again, we're just trying to create this important time and space for developing or improving cross-jurisdictional partnerships within the Southeast. And the topics are going to be very similar to those at WAFWA: overview of trade, sharing law enforcement efforts and case studies that highlight the need for collaborations. It's going to have handling techniques and state regulations, and specifically what prosecutors need to build strong cases against poachers. It's also going to include confiscation networks. You're going to hear more about these during Dave Collins' presentation on the AZA SAFE program, and during Scott Buchanan's CCITT presentation during the session. And this will likely provide the format needed for those Park TNT AFWA co-hosted workshops that will be starting next year. And lastly, if you are in North America, you likely received an email from me using this turtle network requesting tissue samples from any North American box turtle or alligator snapping turtle for which you have known locality data. This is for a genetics project that JJ Apodaca is leading that is funded by the Turtle Survival Alliance. These samples are going to be used to map the genetic distribution of these species, and after screening for disease and other important steps, it will allow confiscated turtles to be repatriated to the wild. We are starting with box and snapping turtles as there is an immediate need for these species. And JJ is also working on bog turtles, and Robert Dwyer is working on wood turtles. So we would love to see a similar databases for all turtles, starting in North America and then expanding beyond. And since next generation sequencing has made this quite achievable, our goal is to get to the point where every turtle has a unique genetic identification. So if I haven't reached out to you, and if you have samples of box turtles or alligator snapping turtles, or if you can collect them, collect tissue samples with a valid permit, let me know. And if you want more information on this project, you can check out JJ's talk from day one. He was the one who immediately followed Joel Saltor. So if you have any questions about the park TNT, have samples to share, or simply just want to get involved, please let me know. And with that, I suppose I can take questions.
We don't have any questions yet, but we will hang on for just a minute before we move on to Scotty.
Yeah, I'm ready, David, whenever you're ready.
I'll let you know in just a minute. Scotty's going to talk to us about the Southern Surge Task Force, combating transnational organized crime syndicates involved in turtle trafficking. All right, thank you, Christina. It's fantastic stuff. Go right ahead, Scotty.
All right, if everyone can hear me. Good afternoon now. As David said, I appreciate it, David, and I appreciate all the organizers of this event. I appreciate y'all inviting me to give this presentation. Just to give you a little bit of background on myself, been in law enforcement for going on almost 30 years, 20 years with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the last 10 years with Office of Law Enforcement as a special agent. Turtle trafficking issues in this country is kind of, in all my years of wildlife law enforcement, didn't really come to my attention until around 2011 or 12. It was pretty significant at the time, and it continues to be a big issue in my day-to-day duties. So I guess that's the reason I'm giving this presentation today. A couple of years ago, myself and another colleague, Special Agent Andrew Hutchinson, were chosen to be the team lead on a task force of agents, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Office of Law Enforcement agents, along with HSI or Homeland Security, U.S. Postal Inspection Service, and of course our intel analyst. And basically we were chosen to come together as a group and combat turtle trafficking. We named ourselves Southern Surge Task Force, basically because we were all located in the southeast portion of the United States. The last several years, there seemed to be an uptick in undercover operations by OLE special agents combating this trade. We had several operations that were going on all at the same time. We had a lot of agents stumbling over each other, going after the same targets. So it became, pretty clear that we had to take a more global view and grasp of this thing. So hence the reason for the task force. One of the big things that we identified early on was that the majority of the turtles that were being supplied into the trade were coming from the Southeast US. The habitat was right for it. They wanted our turtles. The international community wanted them, heavy on China, of course. And when the Southeast was producing by far the majority of the turtles entering the trade. So we combined a lot of these operations and really put them together to be a force multiplier. The issue became, and you'll hear me say several times through this presentation, is we had to maintain a quicker tempo to deal with these organized groups that are by far controlling this trade. So we use that faster tempo, that teamwork, if you will, to go after specific smuggling routes and try to dismantle them. If we can take the whole conspiracy down, we'll do that. If we can only take parts of it, we will do that as well, because they will surface again and continue on. It's pretty impressive the way they can keep going. So as I said, this bottom line, it's international multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional law enforcement effort. in the task force. The task force was generally, was created to investigate black market in its entirety. We use the full gamut of LE techniques at our disposal. We really go at it from every angle we can get at it. Tempo, as what we've seen, is absolutely the most important way to handle this. And in order to do that, in order to get that tempo going and create it, we have to infiltrate these groups of people, these organized crime groups. One of the other things that we're really trying to do is try to find ways to justify steeper sentencing and create deterrence with our cases. It's hard to quantify the impacts of this trade to the courts themselves, to judges, to prosecutors. And we've tried to come up with ways to do that. Several different ways, of course, looking at it from a court's perspective. One of the biggest things they look at is monetary gain. But one of the things we try to do when we bring this in is bring a biological impact to it. I think in my experience and other agents that have worked these cases, once the judges hear that side of it, it almost takes top above to the money gain. But they have to hear it from us. They have to hear an explanation. They have to hear a description of how it actually hurts our natural resources. So one of the things the task force was designed to do was to impact that trade and dismantle something called transnational organized crime syndicates. And this is what my presentation is today. Our efforts are basically a deterrent to try to keep these groups of people from attacking our natural resources as much as we can. So let's go over to transnational organized crime, the definition of that. It is an organized crime coordinated across national borders involving groups or markets of individuals working in more than one country to plan and execute illegal business ventures. In order to achieve their goals, these criminal groups use systemic violence and corruption. Common transnational organized crimes include conveying drugs, conveying arms, trafficking for sex, toxic waste disposal, materials theft, and poaching. This is right off of Wikipedia. These are absolutely what is controlling the trade today. Organized groups such as TOX are really taking over. And part of this presentation, I'm going to show you some examples of these efforts and some of this TOC activity, this conspiracy, if you will, to move these turtles internationally at almost any time in any way they want to. They have really gotten good at it, and the task force is here to try to take it down. Overall, law enforcement efforts nationwide are hitting this problem with this structure in mind. If you don't take down the whole TOC, it's just going to bounce off and come up to some other manner. This next slide kind of gives you a comparison of today's organized crime versus organized crime of the 1990s and earlier. Most of us have, when you think of organized crime, you think of mafia. You think of those groups of people that are in the larger cities that concentrate there, and I'll use that structure as a comparison in this table. You see to the left, mafia or organized crimes back in the day were more centralized hierarchical structures. Nowadays, the current patterns are just loose, they're shapeless, they're very highly adaptable networks, hence the reason to keep that tempo up and stay engaged and try to stay within those groups. Back in the day, they had limited use of information technology. In today's world, increasing role of cyber capabilities in illicit activities. Anybody that's got a cell phone, iPhone in their pocket basically has a computer on them. So things have really changed in that perspective. Back in the day, illicit activities were dominant. They would stick to whatever illegal activity they were doing, and they would structure their activities around that. Nowadays, they launder the heck out of everything. They use legitimate businesses mixed with illicit activity. and they are very productive at it and very good at it. It makes it much more hard to much more difficult to investigate these groups. There is a clear separation of drug trafficking and other organized criminal activities. Today's world, they do non-drug producing groups, now trafficking and other illicit commodities, hence, turtles, which is what we're talking about here today. But make no mistake, they operate at the same exact level as drug or weapons organizations. They move a ton of money. We're talking millions, billions of dollars. So they are really, really structured and really good at it. Back in the day, it was cash-based business. It was hand-to-hand meetings, face-to-face meetings, and exchange of cash for the product. But in today's world, as you'll see later on in the presentation, I'll specify that there'll be another slide that's similar to this that'll specify these current patterns with what we've seen in the turtle world and that black market trade. But total global investments and use financial infrastructures to move the money to pay for these products. I'm going to go over a couple of operations that I've been involved in over the last several years and other agents have. And I'll go over some talk activity to show you the structure of these talks and their activity as we go through this presentation. This operation, Herbst's Pets, was initiated in 2013 through 2015. We worked this case very closely with HSI and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. And you might ask, why those agencies? What makes those agencies such an important part of this? These syndicates are moving turtles, which is a commodity to them, exactly like narcotics. They are structured the same exact way. They use the same transport routes. They use the same transport mechanisms that are in place throughout this country and throughout the world. So these agencies, HSI and especially U.S. Postal Service and Inspection Service, the inspectors themselves have a huge amount of experience and a network of agents throughout this country and world, just like HSI does, where Fish and Wildlife Service, OLE, historically in the wildlife world, law enforcement, I've been at it for a long time, our resources are extremely limited. We're used to going after the small groups that are within the states. We try our best to infiltrate those groups, but at a national and international level, it's much more difficult, you need much more manpower. Search warrants now, when you hit a house that's involved with this, takes a matter of 20 or 30 agents. When you start looking at going through records, computers, cell phones, multiple computers, it takes a lot, an extreme amount of teamwork to get through these cases. So if you take a look on the left, you'll see the stats from this investigation. You're welcome to look through that. I won't go through them in detail. Pretty significant operation. So let's take a look at the talk activity that was going on here. So in this investigation, basically what was happening was North American wood turtles were being captured illegally and being sent or smuggled through Louisiana on to California and then out to Hong Kong. So let's break down the talk activity in this scheme, if you will, this smuggling route. So what would happen was a local person here in Louisiana who just so happened to be a postal worker for the United States Postal Service, federal employee, was communicating with a Hong Kong buyer, which was initiated by Fauna Classifieds, a simple sales that would offer for sale of a couple of North American wood turtles was initiated and grew into this entire scheme. The initial person in Louisiana would negotiate a sale with a Hong Kong buyer and would receive an international wire. This is significant compared to other illegal illicit activity. Other activity, for the most part, buyers do not pay until they receive their product. The wildlife world, especially the turtle world, bad guys get paid up front before the product even gets there. This is incredible. It puts so much cash flow into an illegal system, and it's hard to infiltrate it because these people have money and cash flow to move it at will. So that money enters on the front side, which is pretty unusual. So once they get the money, the The person here, the negotiator, calls the catcher, who would be the person that goes out in the woods and captures the turtles, and puts in an order for 20 or 30 North American wood turtles. Once they're captured, they are sent to Louisiana and in essence laundered into Louisiana because now they are Louisiana turtles, and that's where they enter the male stream as compared to being caught illegally in PA. Those turtles are then transshipped from Louisiana. You can see you go down to the bottom left by this person in Louisiana to a transshipper in California. The transshipper is usually a mule, usually a low-level player in this scheme. They are paid a minimal amount to rebox turtles and then sent into the international movement. They will put false information on the labels. So the boxes, if they're intercepted, it can be tracked back. The boxes will not, of course, the items in the boxes will not be declared as turtles. They will be declared as other items, toys, books, whatever. As you can see in the top right picture, the North American wood turtles there, this is primarily how turtles are transported. They are taped in a crisscross pattern, usually with duct tape, keeping their feet inside. Their heads don't normally come out like this one turtle is. They usually block that too, but they are careful not to block the airway. And then this turtle is stuffed in a sock and tied in a knot and wrapped tightly, and then put inside boxes. They are bundled, they are packed tightly in there so they don't move. That way no postal inspector will hear scratches on the box sides of the boxes, and they won't be and be able to tell what's in the box. The only way they can really be seen is if the box is x-rayed. But a lot of these in today's world, it's such a demand of parcel movement throughout our stream that a lot of boxes, both nationally and internationally, or domestically and internationally, do not get x-rayed. So it's very easy to move this product. And believe it or not, and I hate to even say this, it is somewhat safe for these turtles. They stay there, and their survival rate is actually pretty good. Kind of entering into the mind of these players, I put this on here, getting into the mindset of these individuals. All of them, every one I have ever captured working these cases or apprehending these cases, all have a deep love for turtles. They absolutely love it. They will tell you up front, but unfortunately the love of money gets over them, and they seem to want to make more money, and they love that a little bit more than the turtles. They are very, very ingenious criminal minds. They're very good at what they do, and they are very smart. To the point of this individual, you're welcome to read this story. This was a jailhouse interview of a person we apprehended as part of Herbst's Pets. But this individual was a little bit tougher to apprehend. He was a member of that original mafia unit, if you will, in Illinois and Chicago. And he did almost 4 years for our apprehension. He did middle of the night transactions. They will do surveillance and counter surveillance, just as we do. And they by far in this day and age do a great deal of counterintelligence on us, undercover other players in the game. They will do background checks and check every angle and of law enforcement officers or law enforcement involvement. But if you want to read an article and get in that mindset, this would be a good one to read. I'll go over another operation, Operation Cure Fever, 2015, 2016. Once again, a Louisiana-based investigation by some of the same players at Herbst's Pets, HSI, U.S. Postal Inspection Service, kind of carried over that teamwork and kept fighting this challenge of turtle smuggling. In one little change, instead of targeting just that domestic trade or common carrier way of transporting these turtles, we took it a little bit deeper and went into targeting brokers, international brokers, suppliers, buyers in that illicit trade and a domestic trade. There was two significant targets that we're going to talk about in a bit that were impactful to Louisiana, and we'll go over that. And we'll talk a little bit about the talk structure in this case. It was a little bit different in that it used the wholesale shipments. It used the domestic turtle trade to move turtles. And the turtles they used to cover the scheme was a common snapping turtle. All right, let's talk a little bit about TOC activity. You see to the left, they're shipping boxes. And this scheme was put up by one of the players, one of the main players in this scheme. And I should say that as part of Cure Fever, and one of the reasons you do not see my face on the screen of the computer, it's a pretty ugly mug to begin with, but I do a lot of undercover work, and I did the majority of undercover work in this particular operation. Communicating, I was basically the middleman of this scheme, the broker, if you will, that negotiated the activity and negotiated the exchange of these turtles. The main buyer, the international buyer, came up with this scheme, and he thought we should use common snapping turtles, large common snapping turtles, as cover turtles. If you put those in the boxes, declare them that way to wildlife inspectors. Wildlife inspectors are less likely to open the box and look inside on the off chance that their fingers get bit off. So the turtles would be put into boxes, and these are the CITES turtles that were sold and smuggled out to China again, and these were going to mainland China. And they were put in separate boxes hidden within a multi-box shipment. The boxes were, things were written on the outside of the boxes at their instruction to identify those boxes on the China side. We suspected at the time, and I still do to this day, although we couldn't prove it, that there were Chinese officials on the other side that were bypassing the inspections. So basically they had people paid off on that side. And you can see the movement as it goes through the international stream, international boxes and whatnot that you would normally see in the legitimate industry. Sorry. Another point I really need to make here and qualify is the companies that you see there weren't the companies that were involved with this. And I wanted to make that point. These are just merely to demonstrate the TOC activity. So these players were not. But let's talk about that a little bit. Why would these players be have some culpability in this scheme if they were caught? The answer is it's very tough. So if a person with Delta knew that this broker or this person that was paying for this actual shipment from point A to point B had a nefarious history of moving these types of items, and he didn't do his due diligence, then he could have some culpability there. The problem is, as I said before, these people are very, very ingenious. They're very, very smart. It's very, very hard for people that are in the industry to identify this, hence the reason for all the undercover work and the covert work that we do. So one of the things that we have to do when working these types of cases is we have to create a substantive charge. So we have to know the details of this event. We have to know the inside parts of each event in order to reconstruct them in order to get a conviction. If we can put together a substantive charge of one or two events, maybe three events, then we can apply that structure to what was done in the last 3 or 4 years. If we had the same players, if we had the same amount of turtles, if we can see the difference in what a normal payment amount would be for a basic load of turtles versus what's put in the paperwork versus an international wire that he received that's double or triple that amount as what was declared. So we can assume that there was probably high-level CITES turtles in those shipments, and we could apply that substantive activity as relevant conduct to a charge and maybe bring that in to court and hopefully get a much more of a deterrent and a more impactful conviction. All right, I got a couple of videos kind of for y'all entertainment, and it went with Operation Cure Fever in this scheme, the TOC activity I just described. I've got two videos here, and I'll give you a little bit of background. As I said, I did the undercover work here, and we had moved a couple of shipments with these individuals using this TOC activity. And I received a call from the buyer, the international buyer, that said he wanted to come into Louisiana and meet face-to-face with some of the players and just have a discussion about the following year's scheme, the following year's activity, what kind of turtles we could get our hands on, how will we do the cover, you know, and whatnot, all these different details. So what you're about to see is, or hear and see, I guess, is a couple of incidents, a couple of short videos during a transport where I met with two individuals. I'm driving the vehicle. The person sitting in the passenger seat is the international buyer, and the catcher, if you will, is sitting in the back seat. And you'll hear our discussions. And one of the things you always hear in this, listening to different people that's dealing with these crimes, are the parallel between wildlife trade and the drug trade. The individuals in these schemes, they recognize that parallel, they understand it, but they also recognize that if they get arrested or apprehended for wildlife, their conviction is going to be much, much less than drugs or narcotics, but they get the same gain. They get that monetary gain, and it's just as good. The second video is going to be a description of the TOC activity we discussed using the turtles and how that scheme came to be. Okay, let's play number one. Hopefully y'all can hear it. Nope, what happened?
Protection, and then they keep going on. That's the good money.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Making good money.
Making good money. That's right.
It is better than any other job.
Right. That's right.
Except
that's
for
right.
dope.
That's right. That's except for dope. That's right. Yeah. Except for dope. Ugh.
We may not get in as much trouble if we do the dope.
Yeah. Well. Oh man, don't tell me that. We get less trouble for dope?
We might be in less trouble for dope.
Man. Oh.
Sooner or later you're gonna kill. You know.
Yeah. Y'all not gonna kill me, or y'all over turtles?
You maybe make good money, right?
That's right.
You get very risky for life.
Yeah,
but
that's
for
right.
turtle, you don't have that kind of risk.
That's right. That's right.
That's right.
I guess so.
I don't understand why in the United States Fish and Wildlife is so tough, you know, because you still have a lot of, you know, turtles, right?
Yeah, there's still plenty. I know it's, I'll admit my guys that are catching, they're telling me it gets harder and harder, but I think that's more seasonal than, you know, overall numbers or some crazy thing like Fish and Wildlife shows. They want to save every tree and turtle in the world.
All right, let's take a look at the second video.
So what he's doing?
What he's gonna do, he's gonna be able to bring in those snappers and those kinds of turtles.
I see.
So we'll keep doing it just like we did with those last two shipments. We'll use his shipments that he's sending out, and we'll hide those turtles in there like we've been doing. It seemed to work pretty good, unless you have another idea.
No, I think that's the only way.
Yeah, I mean, it worked. I think using those snapping turtles, are, you know, that idea you came up with, that's the way to go. They don't want to, those inspectors don't want to touch those snappers.
That's right.
You know?
They can bite you.
They bite you, man. Ooh, woo. So I think that was a good idea. It worked out.
All right, as you can see, I mean, it's common knowledge between these guys. It's just how it's done. They recognize their role in this scheme. They recognize the parallel within the other illicit activities, but make no mistake, the turtles are simply commodities to them. They are a means to an end, which is putting money in their pockets. All right, the next one is going to be a task force operation that we just wrapped up in 2019. It was out of Florida. It was a great investigation by the cooperative investigation with Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission. It really ended up good. And it was this, so I'll just try to explain it, try to kind of give you an idea. The task force probably has 8 or 9 individual covert operations going on at any given time. This was just one of those larger other operations that are in play. and I'm a little embarrassed to say, you see the next line there, initiated when a rogue informant was apprehended for smuggling turtles. I'm a little embarrassed to say that that informant was mine. He was one of my informants. He was feeding me a great deal of information about the turtle trade. And in the background, as I said earlier, counterintelligence was actually caught smuggling turtles out of Florida while he was sharing information with me. And they were using 3 stripes to cover the CITES turtles that they were moving. All right, let's take a look at this this talk event. And I should back up again and make one more comment about tempo. What we talked about earlier, this CI being able to apprehend him the way we were, we literally took down this entire scheme with Florida's help in a matter of 2 months, which is pretty much unprecedented. It was an international scheme. We were able to restructure the whole thing, identify a couple of shipments, and then take the whole thing down by arresting, making an international arrest once the target entered into the United States here. So you see the cover turtles with 3 stripes. They were hiding Florida box turtles, spotted turtles, very different amounts of turtles, various different amounts of turtles inside the boxes with the 3 stripes, using the international, community, international exchange, and these larger boxes were layered. So the CITES turtles were at the lower levels of these multi-layered boxes with the 3 stripes. You had the broker who was making cash deals with the catchers, and then the turtles would eventually make it to Hong Kong and to the consignee, and we were able to do an international arrest on this subject when he entered the country. You can see in all these talk activities the various levels, of exchange along the way to move these turtles. It takes a pretty good conspiracy to get this done and get all this moved, and people keeping their mouth shut and benefiting from it, of course, through money. All right, this is going to be my last slide, and I'll go over and give you a little bit of comparison with the current talk patterns that we've seen in other illicit activities and quantify that or compare that to the turtle trade. So as you see, loose, shapeless, highly adaptable networks. Once again, comes back to investigative tempo. They use false information to limit tracking by Ali. They hide and layer conspiratorial links. They are very, very ingenious. They apply false identifiers. They monitor their tracking in the movement of these boxes. They will literally call the FedEx or Postal Service and say they cannot pick up the box, or don't deliver the box. They'll come in and pick it up, and then they'll get a mule to come in and pick it up. And they do all that by monitoring the tracking. They utilize mules to retrieve packages, whatnot. The smuggling groups may enter the US at different times, dates, different airports. So you'll have a smuggling group from another country, 4 or 5 people that would come into the country at different entry points. And then they meet at reptile shows throughout the US and that's usually their clock, that's usually their timing. It's gonna coincide with the reptile shows. And then may buy turtles, whatever they would, CITES turtles, they pretty much buy whatever they want to buy. And then they can get it out through their smuggling routes that they already have established here in the country. Or if they don't have the smuggling routes, they will body carry the turtles out. They purchase non-ESA CITES species to obtain breeder statements so they can then get the CITES permit. Then they'll use these permits to smuggle ESA animals out. And this is a very familiar activity. They will basically launder breeding stock in through another country using another CITES permit or breeder statement, and then launder those turtles as they come back in and use those CITES turtles to come back. And then they have a legitimate CITES turtle that they can use as stock to get future CITES turtles and get future CITES permits. So they definitely do their homework. Increasing role of cyber capabilities, you see here, King Snake, phone classifieds, Facebook groups, instant messaging, WeChat. All of these are communication sites where they will pretty much communicate internationally at will. There's no, don't worry about a long distance phone call anymore. None of that even exists. They can communicate at will internationally without even a hiccup. So while the world that we're living in now benefits us, Zoom, Teams and whatnot, and we could get our work done, we still live and work within legal parameters, or, you know, from a law enforcement officer's perspective, we still have rules that we have to follow. These people have given this method of communicating and making their lives in their illegal world so much easier, and it makes it that much more difficult for us to keep up with it. They use legitimate business mixed with illicit activity. International pet trade, freight forwarders, turtle farmers, and so-called hobbyists, in my opinion, is by far the laundering sites for most of the illegally wild-caught animals that we see leaving the country. They get laundered through the legitimate trade onto and out of the United States. So it's just the way it is. Exporters use, freight forwarders use their shipping expertise to get these animals moved safely. They have just got a method of doing it, and they're good at it. Non-drug introducing groups now trafficking other illicit commodities. What started as you know, CITES turtles and whatnot, they're definitely moving in ESA turtles, ESA reptiles in general. One of the things that we discovered in the last couple of years is now they are laundering CITES permits. The CITES permits have become the illicit commodity itself and are sold at a much higher value than the animals in some cases. So once CITES turtles or animals leave the country and reach their designation, that consignee will turn around and sell that CITES permit for more than they would resell those animals for. And they sell it to farms in other places. And then those CITES permits will get reused to establish a brooding stock that they can in turn get CITES permits to move animals offspring from those brood stock at a later date. So the CITES permit itself has become the commodity. Global investments and use of financial infrastructure. China companies are investing, they're actually investing in turtle farms itself now to launder payments. Turtle, as I said before, they have no problem paying on the front end. So they will send money into this country and set up a turtle farm with a local farmer here in the United States, establish that farm, and do what I just mentioned earlier. It becomes a laundering site for wild-caught turtles. States, in my opinion, have got to do their due diligence when permitting these farms and really take a closer look at it. This seems to be the new and upcoming way that they're moving with their product. They're trying to move product at a larger amount. They can move way more moving it through the legitimate industry than moving small amounts through common carriers. And once again, you see payment structuring. They're covering their payments. They use PayPal, Venmo, these very, varying ways to cover up these payments. And they invest in farms. Okay, that's about the end of my presentation. I'm having me keeping up. I hope that I didn't go long. And if y'all have any questions, anything, ask away.
We do have several questions.
All right.
And the first one is, where did the seized wood turtles end up? And is there a way that we can direct money from the fines for this activity to provide long-term care for those turtles if they are not repatriated?
Yep. So the majority of the turtles, in that first scheme, what was good about it is they really didn't have much of a stash. When we hit the house in Pennsylvania, he had a minimal amount of turtles, 10 to 15 turtles there at his house. That particular scheme would move turtles at such a high rate, they really didn't have any on standby that they were holding and catching. They really didn't keep much there. And you'll see that I guess kind of 50-50. Some of them will be operating at that or such a high tempo that they will move that amount of turtles, and others will have that stockpile. If those numbers cease, we try to find the best way we can to get them to the states where they originated from. hopefully they can be put back in the wild. And y'all probably know it just as good as I do. We lean on zoos and other, organizations like TSA to help us out with that. But another way that most people don't realize, and I've used it a lot in my operations, is we use a great deal of informants. We have confidential informants spread all over the place. So a lot of my confidential informants get picked just on their ability to care for turtles. Fish and Wildlife Service, you can imagine it costs a huge amount of money to care for turtles and hold them till the time it takes for the court system to do its thing. So sometimes I lean up pretty hard on confidential informants to care for turtles. I hope that answered the question.
Very good. How have the recent changes at the Postal Service impacted your ability to investigate illegal turtle trafficking?
Elaborate on changes at the Postal Service.
Oh, just limiting the amount of hours they are putting into.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, so the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, this is a group of investigators just like we are. It hasn't, the changes with the U.S. Postal Service has not changed our working capabilities at all. The inspectors are investigators just as we are. They are available 24/7 and we work as hard as we can. So there hasn't been any effect at all.
All right. Last question. What would be the economic cost of banning all turtle exports from the U.S.?
That's a great question that I have an answer for.
Yeah, wouldn't it go a long way towards solving the issue of hiding turtles in ships?
Absolutely. So we initiated our intel. We have a group of intel analysts in DC, and I have a couple assigned to the task force, one that deals with day-to-day operational needs. And we have another one that I have tried to, that she is actually working on a national impact study for us. Now I'm hoping that study would identify some of those issues. And one of the difficult things we've been dealing with and trying to establish with the court system, and as I mentioned it earlier, is how do we quantify this issue? And it's tough. It's tough. How is the black market impacting the legitimate industry? And that's the question. I suspect if we shut down the industry, it would probably drive the black market. One kind of controls the other. In my experience, I've apprehended a few of these people, and some of them are international targets, and they are not shy to tell you that Fish and Wildlife Service is one of the main causes of the black market. CITES permits, export permits, and all of these permits hold the movement of turtles and drives the black market. I talk to turtle farmers as well, and they say the same thing, that's part of the problem. Unfortunately, I can't speak to it myself. Do we just look the other way and just let them do it at will? I would think not. They would wipe us clean. So I don't have the answer to that.
All right. Thank you very much. That was the last one. We really appreciate your insight into that world and look forward to hearing more from you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next is Mary Ting.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
Play
So,
from start. If you hit play from start, we'll be good to go.
thank you. Sorry. Okay, thank you, Jordan, David, to the conference committee and everyone at TSA for the incredible symposium and all the work you do on behalf of freshwater turtles and tortoises. So now for a quick run through and overview on how we got to this incredibly terrible place, and an explanation on Chinese culture, history, politics. 10,000 live Madagascar turtles, 7,000 fully or partially taxidermied Hawksbill turtles, 4,000 disemboweled pangolins, 3,907 live Palawan turtles. Such is a mere sampling of recent confiscation and investigative reports on the trafficking of endangered species, this carnage of amputated parts, whole, live, ravaged from the last wild species from Canada to Chile, Myanmar to Mozambique, all for one reason, one destination, for Chinese demand, heading to China, Hong Kong, and overseas Chinese communities. Why? To satisfy the appetites of wealthy Chinese in their quest for power, status, and immortality, via luxury food, medicinal products, decorations, accessories, and exotic pets. While China is not the only market for illegal wildlife, it is the world's largest. So in order to get to the how and why, let's take a quick look at the symbolism of turtles and then a dash through history. So the turtle is connected with the four directions. So the North God with the body of a turtle and the head of a snake. The turtle has also been used as shell for oracle bone divination. The cracks after heating were read as signs from the ancestors and the predictions written on bones. The turtle has also been used as grave markers for royalty. So all of these items are connected with immortality, longevity, and the wealthy. However, in contemporary times, you do not see turtle imagery in folk art. Turtle, the word itself has been associated with contemporary slang. It's really an incredibly defamation, derogatory to an extreme. I think mainly because of the head shape of the turtle, it's associated with male genitalia, a male who's been cuckolded, a pimp, a brothel keeper. So the China of today is a global superpower, but the nation was once referred to as the sick man of East Asia, 1839 to 1949, as the century of humiliation. China was battling the imperial forces to keep her doors closed. She was not going out, expanding and reaping the riches of other countries. For the Chinese, this tragic history stirs up emotions, nationalism, and defiance of outside influence. Never forget, national humiliation is embedded into the national psyche. This plays a role in China's netizens, wolf warriors, foreign policy, and attitudes towards traditional Chinese medicine and defiance of its use of raw materials. So here's just a sampling of some of the examples of bullying and extremes, from the Opium Wars to the Nanjing Massacre. So the birth of the PRC, 1949, Chairman Mao, the 100-year dream, the Chinese people have stood up. However, 58 to 61 was the Great Leap Forward, which was a disastrous modernization program, which pursued relentless production of iron and steel, such that everything was fed to the furnace, from the trees to the farmers' pots and pans to their tools. Basically, nothing survived because the Great Famine was a result of the Great Leap Forward. 45 million people were starved to death. Thousands were beaten during the grain inspections. Needless to say, during this time period, everything was eaten out of the forest. Tree bark was stripped. I don't think turtles would have survived. Mao also waged a war against nature. The concept being that people must conquer nature. So the 50s and 60s was a huge campaign to kill off the predators, South China tigers, wolves, bears, leopards as enemies of the people. It was very successful. The South China tiger was basically eradicated. There was also the Great Sparrow campaign, where sparrows were also decreed as enemies because they ate the grain. The predators have been decreed as eating the livestock. So again, very successful. You see in this poster, which is talking about everyone should kill the Eurasian sparrow. In this cart, you see all these bodies are of sparrows. And they used every possible means, from slingshots to just banging on pots and pans so that the sparrows could never rest in the trees. So of course, there was a huge ecological disaster and insects destroying crops, and a major contributing factor to the Great Famine. So now just a mention about TCM, which was a Chinese, traditional Chinese medicine. Actually, before communism, it was always just called Chinese medicine and Western medicine as the opposite. But TCM became a project of the communist government. The original, the Materia Medica, is a much larger volume, and a simplified volume, which was the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, was used by untrained doctors, just giving very basic medical care information and going out into the hinterlands. Sadly, this did include turtle shell, actually the soft-shelled turtle, in the manual. And you can see the various applications here, from fever to malaria to stiffness. So 66 to 76 is the Cultural Revolution, the lost years. This is a huge political, ideological movement to get rid of the bourgeois, the Western element, any old ideas, culture, customs, habits. And the Red Guards, which were very young students, were sent to decide who gets to be killed, destroyed, persecuted. So it's total mayhem. The world is turned upside down. Whatever was right became wrong. It's all flipped out. So schools are closed, temples were ravaged, and 68 is the purge of intellectuals. Teachers were falsely charged. There was a huge amount of suicides at that time. Actually, in my family, my granduncle is the founder of the National Academy of Sciences, the founder of the physics department in Beijing University and Fudan University, and he was one of 8 Beijing University professors who committed suicide at that time period. 1976, Mao dies, and finally the Cultural Revolution is over. Oops. Sorry. So finally, after the Cultural Revolution is over, we go to another extreme, and there is no reflection on what just happened. Instead, there's a national forgetting and another upheaval, which is to economic reforms, opening up businesses, trade, massive shopping. But you have to realize that you came from an extreme time period where there was no goods, there was extreme deprivation, now to the opposite end, and it's again record speed. So the biggest migration ever of people going from rural to city. And with that comes income disparity. Farmers are not able to compete with the urbanites, increased corruption, environmental disasters, mental illness. And with it is also a kind of mentality of any which way to make money, because everything has been opened up at this point. And they also remember that this is a point where China becomes the leader in also, fake products. 1981, China becomes a signatory of CITES. So here it is, you have an example of the Ministry of Science and Technology. In 1978, they're praising the local farmers for their artificial breeding of turtles. These are soft-shell turtles, and it's being recognized as a local specialty. And this is particularly concerning when it gets praised as a local specialty, because then you have a lot of subsidies and promotion and assistance on a local level. And here you have the output of soft-shell turtles in the country, 300 million metric tons. And so this is 2019, valued at 100 billion yuan, creation of more than 2 million jobs. So this is today's stats or last year's stats. So 1980s is wildlife farming. So you have everything from bears for their bile, tigers for bone, of course, turtles and other freshwater turtles, and creation of local specialties, a lot of subsidies. The WPL of 1988 is very ambiguous. while it's called a wildlife protection law, it's really more of a licensing and giving people the ability to farm protected wild animals. And it's promoted as a poverty eradication program. So also 1989, remember June 4th, Tiananmen Square, where the student democracy movement was quelled, and the death toll to this day is unknown and a forbidden topic. I should also add that, for example, the Great Famine and the fact that it was not a natural phenomenon, but man-made, that's also a topic that you can't talk about. 1990s was widespread wildlife farming expansion for food, for TCM. Once you have wildlife farming, then you've got to create more products. The market has to expand. Of course, it's incredible for loopholes, legal and illegal blurred, exacerbates poaching. So we have to mention that the whole notion is food is medicine, medicine is food. You are what you eat. And this concept behind embodying what you eat, you're gaining the attributes, the characteristics of that particular animal. And since it's believed that turtles come with longevity, immortality, steadiness, status, that is what the desired, that's what's desired. And there's a growing middle class with all the economic reforms, and they are finally fulfilling that desire for health, nutrition, and the good life. And this is like a #1 thing that's really important for people today, is this health, nutrition, and the good life, as well as showing off your good life. So what people could not afford before, now they can eat. So from turtle soup and meat and guilin gao, all sorts of, from medicine in tablet form as well. So wildlife products, they have a definite known value, rarity, and prestige that comes with it. I mean, everyone knows the value. Common people are aware of it. And Chinese culture always has had this heavy gift culture element to it. That was something that was completely not in the picture or suppressed during Cultural Revolution time, but it came back full steam during economic reforms. And I think few people in the West really understand the importance of this connection making in that society. And one of the main ways of making connections and that bonding is through eating meals together, having banquets, as well as gift giving. Rather than giving out cash, you're giving out a gift that has a known value to it. Everyone understands it. Okay, so that's really where this conspicuous consumption comes in. And then also there's this, once you have the farmed, that creates a second tier, because there's always going to be a bigger lure to have wild, to have real. Okay, so the wild is considered as having, stronger elements to it, perhaps being healthier, and just more exotic in general, and more of something to shout about. And of course, exotic pets are a wealth symbol, as well as just something like you have something someone else doesn't have. And actually, I should mention that this has become really popular among the youth. So at a population of 1.4 billion, you don't need everyone to be eating a turtle to have a big dent, okay? And I would say by and large, most people are eating things like chicken, pork, and fish, but it just takes a small percentage to cause a crisis. And who are the wealthy? So, the wealth is really in the hands of the 1%. And so the report in 2018 is that there are 819 billionaires, with 206 added in the year of 2018, 40% more than the US. And of course, a notable rank of them are in the upper ranks of the Communist Party. So here again, a look at some of the wildlife trade stats. This is coming from South China Morning Post, which you should know that's owned by Jack Ma of Alibaba. So again, from a strong business aspect, and definitely under the guise of the Chinese government. So here you have some stats on reptiles, employment, reptiles 64.3 billion. And then here we have the value of the sectors, medicine, food, pet, and I'm sure these numbers are growing. So 1995 was China going out, going global. Of course, it was also investment coming in, but going out is particularly notable and going out everywhere. This was under President Jiang Zemin. And so there were major loans given out to not just governmental agencies, but private businesses to invest abroad. This also paralleled the wave of the Shuidong syndicates. And the Shuidong syndicates were actually already on their second generation. And you can see this is again paralleling what Scotty just said about the fluidity. So they went in for looking at sea cucumber, and then they ended up with African ivory, and at the end they added pangolin. There was recently a bust on the Shuidong syndicates. So Hu Jintao, 2003 to 2012, this time period, if you look, there was actually a lot, and it's hard because this blurs, but there is actually a lot of the conspicuous consumption, really extreme banquets were going on at this time period because it was considered really easy for businesses to do anything. There's very little oversight on nationals and what they're doing. Currently under Xi Jinping, so there's no term limits. He changed the constitution. The WPL, the Wildlife Protection Law, 2016 was revised. And this was thought of as the incredible opportunity to really protect wildlife. However, and there was a lot of lobbying from different interests, and ultimately in the end, the businesses won over. And what was changed essentially was that licensing was taken away from the state level and given to provincial. And you have to understand how impactful that is, because there is no bigger oversight on a governmental level, on a federal level, and instead it's coming from the province. And the province, of course, has its own interests. You can have people, your relatives, your neighbors that are involved in the farming. So if anything, this was really a move against wildlife. So, and here you see this kind of defiance happening. This statement about how if original products from wild animals are all substituted, it's against this, the hope that they would be substitutes instead. And there are a lot of substitutes available within the Chinese pharmacopoeia to use herbal products instead. But there's this strong pushback. It's even the implication that Chinese medicine itself could go extinct. And this, I think, really plays back to what I mentioned earlier on about this nationalism and national humiliation and shame can never be forgotten. So it's a pushback against others telling China what to do and the pride of TCM. So here is a major concern is the Belt and Road Initiative. Last I checked, that's 125 countries that have signed up. And you see some of the examples of, the pharmaceutical companies acquiring permits, processing of some endangered and protected wild animals. Of course, they're not elaborating what. And also the reality of who are in the stock holdings of all the pharmaceuticals. Actually, I didn't include that in this slideshow. But also the Chinese State Council, they have a plan to promote traditional Chinese medicine. It is one of their big initiatives with Belt and Road BRI. And that would include even medicinal zoos, which I think is truly frightening. And of course, it offers unprecedented opportunities for the fishing sector. And I'm sure everyone is aware of the 300 Chinese fishing vessels that have moved from the Galapagos areas are now heading towards Peru. And the World Health Organization has included TCM in their manual. So again, this has major implications. And, I'm not opposed to TCM in general as a holistic medicine. It's really about how you define it. If you're including endangered species products in it, then it is a serious problem. And here you see that exotic pets are just increasing. They're saying it's 30%, this is actually coming again from governmental sources, China Daily, 36% of China's 73 million pet owners keep reptiles. You can see the increase of retailers on Taobao. Now we're up to more than 1,000. And then the site for reptile lovers, The members have now are up to more than 400,000. And in the 90s, there was no domestically made food for tortoises. And now there are 7 companies and they're making tortoise food for more than 20 different species. And this way exceeds, you know, the overseas companies, what are being made for tortoise food. So, and the millennial generation are the major customers. They feel it's really cool to have a tortoise or a turtle, and you're having something different than the average cat and dog. So I thought I would include this because this is a notorious sign that was from the Huanan seafood market in Wuhan. You know, remember with COVID-19, this is this site where a lot of the blame is being put for the pandemic, as it's a zoonotic disease, and the idea that it came from this marketplace. And so you see in this sign over here, it's these 3 items that it's including these 3 turtles at that market. You know, so you've got the live mountain turtle, the alligator snapping, and the live wallow-neck turtle. It also included a wide array of other, there was a whole hullabaloo about some of the species included here, from the live wolf pups and others. So with the pandemic, so China issued out a nationwide ban on the consumption of wild animals. However, there are exceptions. So they issued out these white lists. Okay, and so the white lists are essentially what it did in other sectors was it made wildlife, certain animals that were wild were now renamed or reclassified into livestock. And so in this case, in the turtles, so these are the lists of protected aquatic wild animals by artificial breeding. So basically, this is the licensed farmed turtles. Of course, the reptile list is much longer. I'm just including the turtle section. So, you know, this is the conclusion. This is coming out from ACT Asia, which I think is a really good organization. The reclassification, amphibians become aquatic, reptiles are exempt. They can continue to be consumed for medicine, skin, and meat. Okay, and the dog and cats are not companions anymore. They're not livestock, they're companions, but they can still be farmed. Of course, enforcement is a whole nother issue. So the losers as reptiles, because there's no clear classification, and they're still under the Ministry of Agriculture, which is always going to be resource business oriented. So some more concerns is that with COVID-19, and this is sort of like counter rationale, because we know that it's a zoonotic disease, yet the TCM treatments that are being promoted by the government are animal-based. So there's one that was actually includes the bear bile. Another one is that they were actually sending out packages of the e-gel, which is a gelatinized donkey skin. This is something I actually do a lot of research. It's my cautionary tale product. I'm showing what happens when a government and province goes full scale to promote a product like that is quote unquote legal, and diversification goes wild. So it's heavily being promoted. And to top it off, and this is happening worldwide, where people are turning to traditional medicine, not just Chinese traditional medicine. They're looking for alternatives to fight COVID. And so this is really nerve-wracking to me, because it's just, you know, you just don't know where it could spin. It could also just spin towards turtle products too as well, or turtle blood. You don't know how a trend can go. So this is the other major worrisome aspect, is that they're actually drawing up plans to outlaw criticism of traditional Chinese medicine. They have also loosened up all the regulations on it and practicing. And this is really aimed at like Chinese doctors within China that are now being compelled that they have to promote TCM products, right, in their care of COVID-19 and in other instances. So these are Chinese doctors that are trained in Western medicine. And, you know, of course, there's going to be some pushback. So the answer is that it's going to be determined as a criminal act if you criticize TCM. So this is incredibly troubling. And so here are some incredible orgs that you may or may not know about. I just thought I would include them. And of course, we have so much to do, not just within China, but within our overseas Chinese communities. You know, these are from New York. This is within South Africa. So the markets are still there. And I think there's so many opportunities for grassroots actions. And thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And in the interest of time, we are going to skip questions and move on to our next presenter. George.
Hey, David, let me prep my screen. Get my screen prepped here. Okay. Well, I'm George Wilson. I'm from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. I'm in our statewide investigation section. I've been in law enforcement for a little over 35 years now. So I wanted to talk about wildlife trafficking and the wildlife trafficking of Florida's wild turtles. It's going to be the same in the other states. I think Scotty's presentation just nailed it. We're seeing the same kind of activity, and I think you're seeing the same kind of activity in other states. But this is going to be from our perspective here out of Florida. So I'm going to go over some of the illegal activity here, some of the ways the turtles are being illegally laundered, how we're combating it, and let's talk about some of the prosecutions that we've been effective on. So let's look at the turtle industry. Let's look at the legal industry and the illegal industry. I think it can be broken down into two different markets. There's a commercial pet trade and there's a commercial food trade. They're both domestic and they're both international, but they're really two different markets as I see it, and they're different buyers and they're different shipping channels. Now the street level poachers are the same. They're going to supply whoever is paying the most. But to be effective, you've got to target the operational, the organizational levels of these industries to really try to put a stop to this and treat it for what it is. It's organized crime. They're effective. The bad guys are creating businesses. They're building infrastructure. They have effective laundering systems, and they're moving large sums of money. Let's talk about the pet trade. The legal businesses are fueled through the captive breeding programs and the turtle aquaculture facilities, the turtle farms. All right, this is a good thing. It supplies the demand from the public while it reduces the take from the wild. The bad thing is the traffickers are mimicking these businesses. They're opening up their own businesses. They're opening up their own turtle farms, and they're laundering the illegally caught turtles through these industries as captive bred, as farm raised. Now keep that thought in mind, because when we talk later about prosecution, we want to look at these schemes that they're creating, these schemes to defraud, the money laundering, the racketeering, where they're going to in-depth attempts, and it's organized crime, but we can also use the organized crime statutes to combat this. All right, I think it's safe to say that all turtle commercialization has some nexus to the online internet presence. I think you see more in the pet trade business than you do in the meat trade, but it's there and you can make contact, and the people are making contact with the buyers and sellers. As the brick and mortar stores are decreasing, particularly during COVID, websites and internet sales are increasing. But from an evidence standpoint, this can produce evidence for us. Think about the tracking through the websites, think about the sales, and we can do this. We can serve search warrants on the website hosts and the telecommunication providers. We can track the number of sales and identify the bad guys. I'm using the old analogy of a pizza parlor and money laundering. Pizza parlor sold 1,000 pizzas, but yet they didn't buy any pizza sauce. So we can use that same analogy to prosecute some of our wildlife traffickers. So taking advantage of the 21st century technology and investigative tactics, it also works for us. Working the internet produces challenges. The World Wide Web, the dark web, I mean, it opens up connections between the buyers and the sellers. And anybody now can open up a business with a website, with a garage and FedEx. You're in business and you're shipping worldwide. In Florida, we've created an internet crimes unit that specializes in these type of online investigations. We equipped our investigators with clean computers, non-governmental internet connections, so that we can work the forums and we can work the websites. However, the traffickers are becoming skilled and they're doing the same. They're able to backstop your identity. So when you're creating an identity on the internet, it's very, very easy to burn an undercover officer. With IP tracing and MAC address filtering, it's not hard, again, to burn an undercover officer. Using anonymizers like Tor and VPNs to hide your identity is not necessarily the best answer. It also can be a red flag to those that are skilled at it. There's two kinds of people that use anonymizers on the internet. There's two kinds of people that hide their identity. That's the cops, and it's people trying to steal your money. And being a brand new member on any of these turtle forums, a member since last month, well, it's going to be a red flag to people that you're trying to infiltrate. So working the internet is a long-term investment with significant effort, to work these major traffickers. But at the same time, we can switch identities and we can work short-term investigations. And this is an operation that we've run a couple of times over the years. We call it Operation Wild Web. So what it is, it's a short-term sting operation to try to deter the unlawful sale of wildlife on the internet. What we do is we put all of our investigators in a room, we search the internet, we find wildlife sales, and we try to make as many buy-bust operations as we can in a short period of time. So the goal is to try to knock down some of the illegal activity just to protect wildlife. Now, while these are not the high-level skilled traffickers, the numbers do add up when you've got 1,000 people trying to sell turtles or selling other types of reptiles on the internet. But some of the examples of some of the activity that we're seeing is a lot of reptile sales. Large python for sale or trade, $100 in Orlando. 7-foot python for sale. Now, they won't use a protected or a restricted species. They'll just use keywords. So you got to search these keywords in order to find it. But here's some of the results from some of our details. I mean, we buy reptiles after reptiles, after reptiles, after reptiles, after reptiles, snakes, more snakes. Everything is for sale on the internet. Alligators, everything in the world that you can think. These people are catching them out of the wild, they're throwing them on Craigslist or any of the other marketplaces, and they're selling them. So it can have an impact on your local wildlife populations. Here's another example. Birds, wild-caught doves, $25 a piece. Rare sawfish rostrum, vintage bill rostrum from endangered species. Lobsters for sale from scuba diving. Just got back from the Keys. I have too many tails I poached. Is anybody interested in buying some? So we see this activity on the internet. It can get serious. Exotic fish for sale. I have 3 red-bellied piranha. I got them for $100. I'm asking a rehoming fee for $60. So when these fish are sold to people in Florida and then they're turned loose, that's how they populate in our lakes, and that's how the exotics are getting established in Florida. So this can be serious. Let's talk about the meat sales on turtles. Now, Florida has a turtle aquaculture program. It started in the 90s. There's 50 farms in Florida. The intent was to redirect the demand from the wild turtle population to captive raised animals. And also in 2009, the sale of wild-caught turtles was prohibited. This is a good thing. Again, it's directing the demand from the wild turtles to farm-raised stock. It produces jobs, it produces business, it helps the economy. The problem is the bad guys are also mimicking this. They're opening up their own farms and they're laundering the wild-caught turtles. So we got to look at those avenues of the way they're being laundered. Let's look at some of the way the turtles are shipped in Florida. Okay, this is an airport. This is one of the airport inspections out of Orlando. There's tonnages of turtles that are leaving the Florida airports every day. We're looking at the shipments. There's tonnages of them. Looking at just some of the data. Now here's some old data. It's 2014. This was out of Orlando, one airport, 1 month, 8,000 pounds of turtles left the airport that month. So the turtles are being moved, the tonnages are being moved. Here's one of the tactics that we've started using. We'll run these turtle shipments that allegedly are coming from an aquaculture facility. We'll run the shipments through an X-ray machine. If you're seeing hooks in the shipments, you know they're not farm-raised turtles. These are poached turtles. So it kind of gives you an idea of now who to start looking at and who to start targeting for our investigations. All right, let's talk about some of our case examples. Here's an example, 2013. Two Chinese individuals entered the US from China. They moved into New York City. In 2014, they moved from New York to West Palm Beach in South Florida. They obtained Florida driver's licenses that became established in the areas. The Chinese are investing in turtle farms in Florida, but they're also creating their own turtle farms in Florida. So in 2014, they moved from West Palm Beach to the Central Florida area, and they opened up a Florida corporation called Wing Fung International Trading. After they got established with that, they applied for and they opened up a turtle aquaculture facility. So now they're licensed as a turtle farm. So now they got to get turtles. So how do they get them? Well, the legal way would be to buy them from another turtle farm so that it's all captive bred stock. These two individuals chose to start posting notes out on people's trucks looking for the poachers. Do you sell alligator snapping turtles? And they leave the phone number. So now all they've done is they've created a shell company, and they're collecting illegal turtles to populate their turtle farm and now to start getting into the business of turtles. So we were fortunate enough on this case that we found out about the activity, so we initiated an undercover investigation on it. And we called them. So we made contact with the bad guys. Here's one of the text messages from them. Hi, Scott. Scott's going to be one of our guys. This is Louisa. I want to talk with you regarding the soft shell turtles. I look for a lot. Is it possible you could supply 2,000 to 5,000 pounds per month for me? At least 1,500 per month. I really need it right now. Could you collect from all your other friends? We need at least 1,000 pounds per week. Now, when you start taking 1,000 pounds of turtles out of our Central Florida ponds, you are going to decimate our populations there. It can't handle it. So we worked the investigation. We infiltrated them, served a search warrant on their facilities, but just kind of take a look at the facility. Are they going to be effective turtle farmers here? I mean, looking at the conditions of the process. So as soon as the turtles came in, they were immediately shipped back out. So again, it was a shell company and a laundering method. All right, I want to talk about one of our recent cases here. We just closed this farm down in April, just a couple months ago. Our inspections of this farm, it's a long-time wildlife dealer. Our inspections of the farm showed wildlife shipments going out of this farm year-round. Turtles, alligators, other various species of fish and wildlife, including snakes, frogs, flying squirrels. Taking a look at his facilities, again, look at the facility. This is a turtle aquaculture facility. It's also licensed as an alligator farm, and he's also licensed as a captive wildlife dealer. But looking at the facilities, it's red flags to us. Now, we also tracked poachers coming into this farm in the middle of the night. We opened up the investigation. We started getting into their bank records. This farm sold hundreds of turtles. But again, back to the analogy of the pizza parlor, they sold hundreds of turtles, but looking at the finances, they bought no turtle food. They bought no supplies. So it's in and out. Poached turtles come in, they're shipped out within a couple of days. We inspected the facility a couple times a year. We looked at active nests, none. We looked at, again, what would a normal breeding facility look like? It just didn't meet it. But they claimed everything was captive bred. They falsified all their invoices. They had the records. They had the computer records. They would produce receipts. Everything's licensed. Everything is laundered. So the way we work this, again, is we tracked the poachers. We got into the finances. We introduced some undercover agents, and we sold them some wild-caught turtles. Now, we marked the turtles so that we could tell what was wild-caught and what is captive bred. You know, when this goes to court in a couple of years, they're going to say they captive bred all of the turtles. Well, we surreptitiously mark the turtles so we can prove that they're wild caught. We intercepted the shipments. This shipment was intercepted in California. It went out of Central Florida, shipped out of Tampa, straight to California. We called our partners in California. They intercepted the shipment, and they detected the marks that we'd put on it. So we were able to positively prove that these are wild-caught turtles. Let's think about the prosecution. Now, the laws governing wildlife, particularly in Florida, many of them are just second-degree misdemeanors. Sale of a wild caught turtle is a $500 fine. So this business that is selling turtles by the thousands, it's just a cost of doing business if they get caught. So you got to look at it from a different perspective. You got to look at it for what it really is. It's organized crime. So the laundering of a turtle through a business license, that's scheming to defraud. You have set up a system to where you're trying to launder a stolen product. It's stolen wildlife. So you're laundering it through a business license that's scheming to defraud. When you take the illegal proceeds and you move the money through your bank accounts, what is that? That's money laundering. So that's how we're starting to approach these investigations. When these poachers and these farmers are rounding up the poachers and they're directing 2 or more people to engage in an ongoing criminal conspiracy, that's racketeering. It's the same thing as all the other organized criminal conspiracies, but we're being very effective right now. And, we're getting 10, 15-year prison sentences on these guys, where previously, these were second-degree misdemeanors and a $500 fine. I know it went quick, but if there's any questions that I can answer. Let me go to the chat section.
Yeah, we'll sit here for just a minute and see if we get anything over from YouTube. These insights into trafficking and law enforcement have been amazing. Thank you for giving us a peek into that world. We'll hang on for just another minute before we move on.
Okay. Dave, I lost my screen share.
It's all right. I still see you. You're a presenter mode. All right, we are going to move on now. George, thank you very much.
You're welcome, David.
Scott.
Can you guys hear me okay? Can you guys
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. And screen looks okay?
Sure does.
All right, very good. Well, hi everybody. I'm Scott Buchanan. I'm a state biologist with the Rhode Island Division of Fish and Wildlife. And let me first just say thank you to TSA for putting on what has been a great way to keep the turtle conservation community engaged and in touch during this pandemic. I'm going to talk today about a group that I'm a part of that has been working to confront the crisis of North America's native turtles being exploited for the illegal trade, which many of the great presentations we've seen today have made explicitly clear how bad this problem is. The name of that organization is the Collaborative to Combat the Illegal Trade in Turtles, or CCITT, as we call ourselves. And I want to start with something that many, if not everyone, is well aware of, but bears emphasis, which is just the fact that high juvenile mortality combined with delayed maturity make populations of many of the species of turtles that we work with exceptionally vulnerable to the loss of even a small number of turtles. So this figure is from a great paper published pretty recently, 2019, on a well-studied population of spotted turtles. And what those two graphs are showing are population viability analyses. On the left is projecting out sort of under the status quo of the number of adults in that population, given the well-studied demographics measured during the study, and you can still see there's potential for decline. But on the right is projecting out under a scenario in which just one adult, male or female, is lost from that population per year. And as you can see, that population is destined for extirpation. The authors, they discuss this model in the context of the impacts of road mortality, but it makes just so crystal clear that the loss of any adults from small and isolated populations, in this case, has such an impact. And of course, many of the populations of native turtles are just that, small and isolated. And illegal collection is a threat that's analogous to road mortality in that you're losing adults, and one that can certainly result in losses of adults far in excess than just one a year, which this slide makes crystal clear. And I know you can't read it, or I don't expect you to read everything on there, but I'll tell you what it says. Each of those points and each blurb is a separate and very recent example of native turtles taken from the wild in North America for exploitation on the illegal trade. And these are just prosecuted cases. Of course, there are many examples that we don't know about. But those blurbs, they read with things like Pennsylvania resident indicted for collecting and trafficking over 3,500 diamondback terrapins collected from New Jersey marshes, and things like Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission documents more than 4,000 turtles collected from the wild and sold over a 6-month period. So this is what we're up against as conservation biologists. And when you're talking about one person who has the ability to collect 3,500 diamondback terrapin hatchlings, for example, that's on a scale with annual recruitment for that species for the entire state in which I work, Rhode Island. So the point being to make explicitly clear and obvious that illegal collection has severe conservation implications and that it requires our attention. And that was the impetus for the formation of CCITT. This is a photo from the conference, which we draw our roots back to. It's the 2018 Northeast Park or NEPARK meeting in Amherst, Massachusetts. And for a variety of reasons, including a great presentation by a law enforcement officer there were a lot of conversations at that meeting about the threat of illegal collection of turtles specifically. And we just decided that we had to get organized in order to confront what was clearly a conservation threat to many of the native species that we care about. So a number of us left this meeting simply determined to organize. And a few months later, we had our first conference call and we had a name, CCITT. And since that time, the group has been co-chaired by myself and Jennifer Seven from the University of Richmond, Lori Erb from the Mid-Atlantic Center for Herpetology and Conservation, and Julie Slacum from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have rounded out our leadership board to this point. And as Christina explained in the talk to kick off this session, we've recently merged with the Park Turtle Networking team to continue our work. Our two groups, the Park TNT and CCITT, sort of started independently of one another, but we have the same goals. So we made the decision, I think after we both submitted abstracts to this symposium, to work together, to join forces, to merge, just to maximize efficiency and minimize redundancy. And we're really excited to have that partnership and the talents of Park TNT leadership as well. This is our mission statement that we wrote back in fall 2018. It's pretty straightforward: to advance efforts to better understand, prevent, and eliminate the illegal collection and trade of North America's native turtles, a threat that puts many species at risk. From the outset, two of the big picture things that we pursued were raising the profile of the issue of illegal collection of turtles and just building a network of conservation professionals that have time and resources to work on this issue. And one other thing that I think is worth stating, to this point anyway, we have not really been a public facing group. We don't have a website, we don't have a logo. We've existed as a grassroots organization, just focused on collaboration and networking and doing things within our organizations and in many cases agencies that our membership is a part of. And this is a breakdown of that membership at last count. I'll point out a couple things. First, that membership has expanded out of the Northeast, such that we now have representatives from most states along the Eastern Seaboard. We have 62 total members, 15 of which are law enforcement or legal professionals. Our membership, it's composed largely of folks from state government and federal government, but with membership from NGOs and academia as well. And as you might imagine, our members participate at all levels, or we have all levels of participation, I should say. Some people that are leading large initiatives and some people that dial in once a month to listen and to try to stay up to date with whatever the latest news is. And that's great because all those levels of participation are welcome. This is another important thing that I want to point out regarding our priorities and direction as a group. From the beginning, it wasn't lost on any of us biologists that engaging and relationship building with law enforcement was really important. It was critical to confronting this issue. So the table at the right shows results from a really early survey we did with our CCITT membership before I think we had any law enforcement members. And those results make really clear that engaging law enforcement personnel, both state and federal, is critical to reducing and eliminating the illegal trade in turtles. And that's something that we haven't really wavered from in the almost 2 years that we've been a group. At left is an example of some of that engagement in which North Carolina state biologist Jeff Hall, who's at left there, partnered with North Carolina Wildlife Lieutenant Law Enforcement Mark Cagle to provide a presentation and training at the Spotted Blandings and Wood Turtle Conservation Symposium, which was held in West Virginia in November of last year. So, you know, working with law enforcement is definitely critical. It's something we haven't wavered from. It's still if not the top priority. But as we've seen, you know, this is a complex issue, which requires both a complex and comprehensive approach. Earlier this year, launched on World Turtle Day, May 23rd, we partnered with some other conservation organizations to write and release what has come to be known as the Call to Action letter. And in that letter, we lay out why this is such a critical issue and provide 5 focused areas for action that we'd like to see progress in. Those are to coordinate state regulations, to provide additional resources for wildlife law enforcement, to enhance public outreach, to increase resources for the emergency housing and care of confiscated turtles, and to implement science-based planning to guide housing care and management outcomes for those confiscated turtles. And this call to action letter, it's been a great success. To date, we have 22 organizational endorsements and almost 800 signatures, the majority of which are from conservation professionals. And I'm going to shamelessly use this presentation as a final plea to ask folks to consider signing. If you haven't done that already, consider signing on in support of this letter. We're gonna leave it open for about another week, October 1st. We're gonna cease collecting signatures at that point. So this is kind of our last push. We're sort of flirting with 1,000 signatures. It would be awesome to get there. So the plan after that is to publish the letter with those signatures and to serve as a simple piece of evidence demonstrating the consensus within the conservation community that this is a big problem and that it warrants our work and trying to remedy the situation. So please read it. There's a URL there on the bottom. You can Google it, and it was TSA that put together that great graphic for us in the early days. You can find it on the TSA website. But yeah, please read, please consider signing, please share with colleagues, share it on social media if you can. A little bit more insight into our group's initiatives and organizational structure. Again, we're grassroots, we're all about networking. So we have monthly conference calls, which are a great way to share information and build relationships. We've been pretty consistent about finding really good guest speakers to give informative presentations during these calls. And we have 5 active working groups, which are the same groups that Christina showed earlier in her schematic. And those are intended to be national in geographic scope. So to try to be a place where anyone and everyone from across the country can put their minds together in order to forward this work. We have those working groups for law enforcement, judiciary and regulations, human dimensions, data and research, and what has been our most active working group, confiscation and repatriation, which is led by Julie Slacum from Fish and Wildlife and Dave Collins from the Association of Zoos and Aquariums. And the focus of this group is to increase biological support and housing so that law enforcement can confiscate more turtles. There is a bottleneck in the amount of confiscations, especially through the mail, when detected, that law enforcement can make. And we want to try to change that to further disrupt the trade. And also to assist states with decision-making for the outcome of confiscated turtles. And there's a bunch of initiatives underway, including the development of protocols for how to care for those confiscated turtles and decision trees to help inform that process of release or non-release of turtles back into the wild, which is pretty complex and can be a difficult decision to make when you get down into the details. And Dave Collins, who we're going to hear from next, is really championing this effort within AZA as well. And I'll leave it to him to tell you all about the Turtle Safe program, which he has gotten off the ground and is developing. But Dave is a great example of a member and also one who is working in an outside agency or organization, I should say, an organization different than PARC or CCITT to do great work, and that we're working collaboratively with. And I'll just point out a few more examples of past and future initiatives. This is just a taste of some of the things we've done, but some representative things. We've tried really hard to be a working group that is not too academic. There are important science questions to answer and data-driven questions, but we want to make things happen in the real world. We have a clear mission here, which is to disrupt the illegal trade. And, you know, I mean, that's the only thing that's going to improve the ground truth of the conservation issue here. So I'll call your attention to a few things on this slide. Within the last year, we've had a couple of great presentations and trainings involving wildlife law enforcement officers. We've had a couple of really great high-profile articles written about the topic. One which was in Garden and Gun magazine, the other which was published online and got a lot of attention, which was written by Bridget McDonald of Fish and Wildlife Service. We do have 2 additional workshop and symposium type of events planned for 2021. Christina spoke about one of those, and these are really, at this point, these will become joint PARC TNT CCITT efforts. And then finally, one that's really exciting, a couple of our members, Jennifer Seven, who's also a co-chair from the University of Richmond, and Nancy Carricker from the University of Rhode Island, they were recently awarded an NSF incubator grant to develop undergraduate curriculum to teach undergraduate students about the illegal trade and about the wildlife trade, of which, as far as we can tell, there are very few available in colleges and universities around the country. It's an effort that is going to develop curriculum that's going to engage and train the next generation of conservationists who will have a deeper understanding of the wildlife trade and have those interdisciplinary set of skills that can be harnessed to confront the illegal trade. And those are just a few of the universities that are involved with their logos there. I think the count now stands at 10 or 12 colleges and universities that are going to be involved. So this is curriculum that's going to be developed and disseminated widely, which is really exciting stuff. And so I'll end just by saying, if you want to get involved, if you want to learn more about this group, reach out. You can reach out to any one of us, really. Maybe you have a colleague on there that you want to reach out to, whatever. But yeah, take a quick snapshot of this with your cell phone. I know this is being recorded too, so you can refer back to it. But we'd love to hear from people that want to get involved. It'd be a great outcome if we were to recruit some folks from this presentation. And that is all that I have. I hope that I can answer some questions. Thank you.
You do have one question in chat, if you can see that.
Let me see. I'm gonna exit out here. I don't have it in front of me. Do you mind reading it? Sorry.
No worries, no worries. Have any natural history museums been implicated in illegal amphibian and reptile trade to increase the collection diversity of endangered species for research?
Not to my knowledge. Any natural history museums, oh, here we go, now I'm reading it. Implicated in illegal trade to increase collection. Not that I'm aware of. I don't know. Certainly not recently that I'm aware of, not any strong conservation partners. I feel like, and Dave will tell you this too, nowadays, the big institutions, natural history museums, and certainly all those AZA zoos are very much focused on biodiversity conservation and are really important conservation partners. So the answer is no, not in my experience. And there are several members from zoos and museum-like NGO institutions that are really important partners.
And that was it. Thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you.
That was Dave Collins.
There, do you have the right thing now?
Looks great.
Okay, great. Well, I am Dave Collins. I'm Director of Forest and Animal Behavior at the Tennessee Aquarium, and I'm Program Leader of the American Turtle Safe program that Scott so graciously introduced me for. But the program is a new AZA conservation program to preserve American turtles and build a path to from confiscation to conservation. So this program focuses on 5 species of North American turtles, all of which are of significant conservation concern. The bog turtle, of course, is our threatened species, critically endangered by IUCN. The spotted woods and blandings are under federal review for listing now and considered endangered by IUCN. And the box turtle was added to the program because it's probably the most heavily traded North American turtles in the international trade. It's also a great ambassador species for us. It's probably a turtle that's perhaps most widely seen by the general public. And it's a great an opportunity for us to sort of introduce the whole program to our public. I'm struggling here to get my screen to advance. So what is the SAFE program? And the SAFE is probably the flagship conservation program of the AZA. It's essentially taken the historic SSP programs and survival species plans to another level, but provides a framework to protect threat animals by building on established recovery plans, prioritizing collaboration and partnerships across many different lines, implementing strategic conservation stakeholder engagement programs, and importantly, it means to measure and report progress in these areas. The thing that really attracted me to the SAFE program was the very simple one plan approach to conservation that was put forth by the Conservation Planning Specialist Group by the IUCN, and it really brings integrates two conservation strategies where we had field biologists and wildlife managers on one track, really focused on conservation of wild populations, but zoos were very focused on sustainability issues, and much of our genetic planning within our SSPs was really focused on just that, sustaining populations for zoos, but without regard or consideration of what was going on in the wild populations. And with some of the tremendous work going on recently with, especially with genetics and the spotted turtles, woods and bogs, looking at determining the appropriate management units in order for the zoos to really cooperate with these local wildlife agencies. We really needed to be on the same track. So this is what really sort of pushed this project forward. We have three main goals with the SAFE program. The foremost is to conserve and expand wild populations of spotted bogs, woods, blandings, and box turtles. And I want to emphasize the word expand, because we're losing habitat every hour of every day. And unless we take a more proactive stance and perspective on our conservation of these populations, we're going to be losing ground. So we do need to look at reclaiming lost habitat and bringing those populations back. The second goal is to assist law enforcement efforts to protect wild turtles. Of course, this is probably the easiest place to start, in that if we can protect the turtles before they're taken from the wild, you know, that is the most straightforward solution. And so everything we can do to assist their efforts will certainly be well rewarded. And finally, to develop a pathway for those turtles that are confiscated in illegal trade, to find a way to get them back into effective conservation efforts, and whether that can mean repatriating them into the, you know, the populations in which they were taken, or if they are, you know, better destined for ex situ populations to support conservation efforts. That's one of the things we'll be looking very closely at. So right now we are at the early stages of the SAFE program. We're developing our 3-year conservation action plan. And this is really built on 4 legs. Certainly the greatest, the overriding goal is the overall conservation goals. But equally important are raising public awareness and stakeholder engagement to bring more people into this important process. And fourth, of course, is the funding. Without a good funding strategy, we're just not going to be able to proceed. So that's integrated into all of our objectives. And then quickly, I'll try to give you a brief overview of the whole program. When we get into each of these, there's a lot of going on that I just don't have time to go into, but hopefully I can give you a good overview to let you know kind of what this program is all about. It's built in 5 areas. The foundation projects are really the projects will develop the best management practices, the protocols, procedures that will feed into some of the other activities, specifically developing conservation colonies from confiscated turtles, and then ultimately into the broader ecological projects that involve certainly far more than confiscated turtles. Most of our projects now are involved with, you know, free-ranging wild populations, and you know, this will be an area where ultimately, hopefully, the conservation colonies can contribute, but it's certainly it's just one part of this bigger the bigger puzzle. And another aspect is the schoolhouse initiative to really try to find ways to bring the the educational process, the public awareness, throughout the entire program. Many of these aspects are very much embedded into the ecological projects, but we pulled these out into a separate initiative to really try to look at this more thoroughly. And then a category of special projects that I'll explain one later. Now, to look a little more closely at the foundation projects, first is looking at the trade and regulatory affairs. We're really trying to get a good handle on exactly what is the scope of the trade, what are the trends so we can be more proactive in preventing it, and looking at effective ways to bring in more legislative processes into the overall program. And the next objective is data acquisition and tracking and the SSP population management, which I mentioned briefly, but the data acquisition is really key that we really need to start getting, tracking these animals from the moment they are confiscated. What we're finding is that some of the most important information we can get is what's been gathered by law enforcement in their investigations. Some of this critical information is what can really make the difference between deciding whether an animal is releasable or can be returned to the wild, or whether it needs to be kept in a captive setting. So it's really key that we really get on those animals right away. We're working very closely with a group called Species 360, which produces ZIMS, the Zoological Information Management System that most zoos work, and looking at the best way to get these animals integrated into those tracking programs. Certainly health and welfare is one of the most important aspects of this. Without sound health, we really can go nowhere with these turtles. We need to look at them. Many of these, especially from the confiscations, these have been exposed to diseases and other health risks that are things that are very difficult to, aspects we really don't know what they've been exposed to, especially in the international trade. So we have to have, very fine-tuned health assessment protocols to look at these aspects. A genetic analysis, which has been brought up previously, a key component in determining, if these animals can be returned to the wild, or if they go into an ex situ population where their progeny might be suitable to be returned. And then finally, dealing with the confiscation specifically, as Scott mentioned, law enforcement is overwhelmed with these animals, and we need to have a rapid response to transfer those animals out of their care and into more dedicated facilities to focus on their care and let law enforcement really stay on track with what they need to be doing. And part of those confiscations is looking at some case studies, which I guess unfortunately we have thorough, very adequate case studies to look at. We're looking at case studies in each of the 5 target species. For example, with spotteds, we have animals from 4 different confiscations, over 250 individuals. And the goal is to really look at those animals and track them from the point of confiscation onto the, their ultimate destination where they can contribute to conservation. Just looking again more closely with that one objective of rapid response, really need to expand capacity for these, develop and implement a hotline to be able to rapidly place these turtles, establish the husbandry guidelines that can help to manage those animals, incorporating input from our data acquisition and health and welfare and genetics. Again, and a special attention to the needs for chain of custody, the confidentiality and evidentiary needs of law enforcement. And in part of that is developing a decision tree to evaluate whether confiscated turtles are candidates for release or whether they need to be placed into ex situ conservation efforts. Just a quick look at a prototype of our of a rapid response or a hotline. We're looking at a GIS platform where we're showing all the designated port of entries for U.S. Fish and Wildlife, every state wildlife agency, and the locations of state partners. We see that in this example, the red dot around JFK is glowing, and it's indicating that they have 500 turtles that they need immediate placement. So we can then look at We arbitrarily looked at a 200-mile radius in this screenshot to see, well, what support, what resources do we have nearby. In this brought up 8 different safe partners, and then from these we can look at what resources are available in those partnerships. Is there holding space available? Do we have vet or lab surface available? Husbandry assistance or pit tagging resources that could be brought to bear. I guess I just, getting back to the record keeping, holding space within our ZIMS programs, we track enclosures so as animals progress out of a quarantine 1 environment, freeing up that first level quarantine space. That would show up immediately on this, because ZIMS would be tracking that and then sort of show us very quickly where vacancies occur. So again, this is just an early prototype to see what can best meet our needs. Then going on to the overall objectives, the development of the conservation colonies. In the case of animals that are deemed not releasable for whatever reason, we do look to develop functional known provenance, where point of origin is determined from genetics work, developing ex situ populations that can support long-term research programs, educational, public awareness, stakeholder engagement, and hopefully serve as ex situ donor populations for long-term restoration efforts. And these certainly could be the populations that are within zoos and aquariums, serving a number of different functions, but we're also looking at other opportunities to expand capacity, looking at regional parks that may be parks like the forest preserves in Illinois, where we have several partners that are doing excellent work with landings turtle restoration. These may be nature centers, which have tremendous opportunities and are very interested in expanding their role in conservation and restoration efforts. And then the ecological projects, and I guess you'd say this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where we're really going to be able to be effective in preserving and expanding populations. And I've just listed a number of vital steps in that process, starting with probably what is the most important level of documenting what is the status of our existing metapopulations. Certainly turtles don't exist as individual populations, they are connected. We see cases, I guess the bog turtle is the poster child for problems with metapopulations where populations that blink out in between and they lose that genetic continuity or connectivity. And it's something we need to understand how strong those metapopulations are, and then look at individual populations to assess how well they're doing and identify declining or at-risk populations, and perhaps identifying other populations, perhaps historic sites where the turtle is no longer, identify what their cause of decline is and affect the best strategies to help restore and replace. And then ultimately staying with these and looking at long-term monitoring to determine the success of these kinds of programs. And briefly, just again, I mentioned the Schoolhouse Initiative, identify and expand curriculum-based turtle conservation programs from all the way from elementary to undergraduate level. And these could be projects that are either school-based or coming out of other institutions like zoos or aquariums that are bringing students into them, or vice versa. And special projects, one thing that came to light relatively recently, at least to some of us, the Turtle Race Task Force has been working on this for some time. But in the process of several years, have identified over 600 annual turtle races that are impacting thousands, perhaps as many as 25,000 wild-caught turtles every year. And one of the striking things about this is that many of these turtles are abandoned after those races. And at that point, they very much fall in line with the same challenges we face with confiscated turtles. They have been perhaps exposed to new health challenges. We don't really know exactly where they came from. And so we need to really look at these as trying to make sure that we can hopefully return these animals to some sort of viable conservation efforts. And when we put in our application to AZA for the SAFE program, we had 13 founding partners just within the last half year, despite the the challenges we've all been facing, that number has grown to over 20 zoo or AZA partners. We also have the good fortune of having a tremendous number of non-AZA or field partners, including federal agencies, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, a number of state wildlife agencies, both park and the CCITT, a number of individual NGOs that are directly involved with a number of our programs, and a large number of academic institutions that are directly involved with many of these projects. With that, I apologize for trying to race through this for a limited time, and I'm happy to take any questions that anyone might have.
I have one question, and it is years ago, the United States had thousands of Chinese turtles imported to prevent these endangered turtles from extermination in China. What happened to these turtles?
Okay, rephrase that again, Dave. I'm not sure I understand the actual question.
The question states that years ago, a vet in the United States imported thousands of Chinese turtles to prevent them from extermination in China. It says they were endangered turtles, and this person's wondering whatever happened to those.
Well, that certainly was the beginning of the sort of the Asia turtle crisis. I guess in some ways the TSA grew out of that. We have some very active programs, protecting the exotic turtles, and some excellent programs with the assurance colonies. I think some of those turtles are still in those conservation programs. And again, focusing on the international level conservation, certainly TSA is the flagship. The SAFE, I guess, in a way, is a partner to that. We're taking that same approach, but look, very strong focus on our own native species. So hopefully we can be successful here as well.
Second question, are there any efforts to remove or outlaw turtle races at state fairs?
The task force is definitely looking at that. They've, within our SAFE program, they have a well-developed 3-year plan. One thing I didn't get into within each one of those objectives, there are 3-year action programs, and they've developed a very well-developed one. And that is within their scope, and they're working with a number of partners to look at this from a legislative and legal process. So that's certainly part of that plan.
Very good. We're going to hang around for just a second to see if we get a final question over from YouTube. And we're all very excited about the SAFE program. Looks like it's coming along well.
Great, thanks.
All right, we are going to move on to our next presenter. Thank you, Dave.
All right, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, just wanted to make sure. Oh, sorry there. Let me go back to the beginning. Just making sure it was all there before I started. All right, I'm an investigator with Texas Parks and Wildlife. Just real quick history on my history with Parks and Wildlife. I started out with them in the Wildlife Division back in 2001, and then switched over to LE in about 2005, and I've been in this investigator role for about 10 years now. When I was in wildlife, I worked a lot with our permitting section and issued a lot of permits, which actually dealt directly with the regulated trade and sale of turtle species in Texas. And since that time, our regulations have changed quite a bit, and I will share with you those changes here throughout the presentation. But as a whole, I just want to cover what LE's doing and what our agency as a whole is doing to try to get in front of this issue on turtles. I noticed it back in 2001 to a small degree. I was just astonished at the number of turtles that were being captured and sold. At that time, it was legal to capture them from the wild. It is no longer. I remember raising questions back then, which is probably why I am where I am today. I kind of got in front of this. Texas is a very biodiverse state. As you can see, a majority of our species are non-game species. I was in the field as a Texas game warden, and I will say that even back then, I was not focused on non-game species as so few game wardens were. Our focus tends to be on deer and game animals. And while that is extremely important, it's much more of a landowner issue on deer than it is a conservation issue. We have more deer in Texas than we know what to do with, yet we still, handle that pretty aggressively because it does make good relationship with landowners. But from the top all the way down to the bottom now, our colonel and lieutenant colonel, they're very supportive on our non-game efforts. And I teach at our academy every year, and every year I see more and more of an interest in dealing with these issues. So I'm very encouraged by the trend. While it's still funner to catch a road hunter at night, I think people are really getting on board with the importance and the impact they can have by enforcing the regulations we currently have in place. In addition to a wide variety of species, we have a wide variety of habitats in Texas, which is awesome. I work the entire state. So I get to deal with a lot of different species on a regular basis. But the turtles in East Texas are completely different than turtles in West Texas. So we run the gamut. We have freshwater turtles, we have seawater turtles, we have desert tortoises, Texas tortoises. So we have quite a variety of species to keep track of. And that's kind of the goal, is to keep track of them. And I'll be humble in saying that we are by no means ahead of this curve. I think we are behind it, but I think we're starting to catch up. It's been something that's been going on, like I say, was not heavily enforced in the past. And that's changing. And I think you'll be encouraged by some of the things I share with you. So unfortunately, I've been kind of in and out of this all day, so I haven't heard all the presentations. So I hope I'm not duplicating anything too much. But wildlife smuggling is extremely lucrative. It's just right behind drugs and human trafficking. And I think studies show that illegal wildlife trade is one of the biggest threats to our biodiversity. And being a border state, we're on the final line or the beginning line, depending on stuff going in or out, going into Mexico. And I'll talk about some of our efforts we've just recently that actually aren't in this PowerPoint. Just in the past couple of weeks, we've met with customs down on the border and have kind of developed a good partnership down there. So the demand of species, just like it is with elephant ivory and pangolins and you name it, anywhere there's a demand and money, you're going to have a problem eventually. And that's just common sense. So before COVID, we did quite a bit of traveling. Every year we were fortunate enough to attend at least one or two conferences yearly. And these were mostly undercover investigator conferences. And we'd break into sessions, and it seems like in the past 6 or 7 years, the number one concern was turtles. So everybody's seeing it across the entire United States. These conferences are a conglomeration of investigators from all over the United States. And it by far was the most common issue that we all had in common. So that's one important aspect of what we're doing is these conferences have helped us open up our line of communications with other states. So we can know their trends, they can know our trends, because it's not, just because it's happening in your state doesn't mean it's not coming through my state, or the same players might be involved. And that's kind of the end goal with us, is we deal with a lot of small scale stuff, but we're ultimately after the big players. I'm sure y'all have talked about this, but just real quick, we'll go over where we see our turtles in Texas going. Our water turtles, our sliders, our soft shells, our alligator snapping, they tend to go to the Asian food markets from what we're seeing. Some to the pet trade, but for the majority, it's the food trade. And then in the pet trade, our eastern box turtles or three-toed turtles and ornate turtles are very, very popular. And y'all probably have talked about some of the prices they've fetched. And then of course we have Texas tortoise, which is an endangered species or threatened species in Texas, which is also something we try to keep our eye on. So again, the food trade is it's devastating what it's done to our water turtle population. You know, when I was a kid, you no way you could have talked me into believing that I could go to a pond and only see a handful of red-eared sliders. They were just so abundant when I was younger. Now you go and they're there, but it's just not like it was before. I heard y'all, I caught the end of that last presentation, and I noticed y'all were talking about some of the Chinese species that have been, you know, either extinct or depleted to a point where they're reaching out to, obviously, to other countries and importing a lot of other turtles from us. I know that's kind of the theme of this whole thing, but we have banned or restricted the capture. Well, you can capture, but you can't sell, and I'll go into that in a little bit more detail here in a little bit. But we've kind of followed along with Florida as far as really restricting the commercial activity involving our native species. Like I say, I don't know what y'all have all talked about today, but you know, some of the rare species can go as much as $5,000. The eastern box turtles, as much as $1,000 for a really nice female. The average is probably about $250. And one thing we're seeing is you'll come across some strange people that may have these turtles in possession, and sometimes the possession may not necessarily be illegal. But a lot of these guys, especially on the box turtles, will pass word around town to the local homeless people or vagrants or whatever and say, hey man, if you get a turtle, I'll give you 20 bucks for it. So you run across some interesting characters that you're like, well, this guy surely does not have connections to be selling turtles. But he's just a workhorse for the middleman. So one thing we've done, we've tried to really limit the commercial trade. And one thing that's been helpful for me is I did work in the wildlife division, so it's a joint effort. You know, we enforce the regulations and laws that our biologists and wildlife division recommend. So that's kind of a very important partnership, as well as, like I mentioned, partnering with other states and with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and now we're really getting on board with Customs. So back in 2018 is when we made a pretty big change to our non-game regulations. Not to get too much in the weeds on them, but basically before 2018, you could capture and sell water turtles from private waters and you could sell them. You couldn't do it from public water, but you could do it from private water. Well, that has since been changed. So you can no longer sell wild caught red-eared sliders and soft shell turtles. There is a little bit of a loophole in there if you have a captive bred population, which it's a nightmare to enforce because it's kind of hard to prove that if they have a certain number, it's really hard to prove they're not supplementing their farm with wild caught turtles. So that's one thing we struggle with in law enforcement to enforce. So again, not to go too much into our regulations, at the end, I'll have a list if you wanted to look into detail about our regulations, but we have stuff broken down into a white list and a black list. And the black list is basically things that cannot be collected from the wild and sold. They can still be collected by a hobbyist with a hunting license. They just cannot be sold. Turtles used to be, well, a lot of box turtles have always been on that black list. And then we also have several that are endangered. But a lot of the water turtles, like I say, were on the white list. Now they're kind of in a limbo land with an exception for turtles. And this is just some of the blacklist turtles. I'm not going to go through them just to give you an idea of the variety of stuff we have here. Again, our water turtles, I've talked about that. This is our common water turtles that we see being exported and sold out of state. And again, this is just a reemphasization of the change in the law, which I think, even though it is a little bit tricky to enforce these farms that are supplementing them, it does give us room to work with them, and we can work them in an undercover basis to try to sell them turtles or to catch them capturing turtles and taking them back to their farm. So that's one thing we try to do. Again, we have a lot of threatened species in Texas. Well, not a lot, but a handful of threatened species in Texas. Our Texas tortoise up there on the right, sea turtle over here on the left, and that's an alligator snapping turtle on the left down there on the bottom. our alligator snapping turtles are obviously in East Texas, and the laws in Louisiana are a lot different than Texas. It's basically one a day over there. So we have a lot of stuff just going directly to Louisiana. They consume them over there for food on a regular basis. So like on Caddo Lake, which is a huge lake that shares the border, you know, on the east side of it, you can capture and harvest alligator snapping turtles, but on our side, you cannot. So we get a lot of people crossing and taking them back, which is also kind of tricky because they have such a short distance to go before we, you know, we can't prove that it was illegally taken. This is some of our sea turtles we deal with on a regular basis. Being close to Mexico, there's a lot of turtles that go into Mexico and then come across the border as boots. So it's, and purses and whatnot. At that point, it's pretty hard to test what kind of sea turtle it is, but we've had success testing that it is a sea turtle, which gives us some room on prosecution. And then also we can reach out to U.S. Fish and Wildlife if it's a larger case to try to get a Lacey Act out of it. One thing we do here in Texas, we've been doing it since 2012, and we do it every year. We haven't done it this year, actually. We do a little proactive operation. We kind of generically coin as Wild Web. Each one will have a different name, but the generic term is Wild Web. And we use it as a way to saturate the market or our efforts into the market on a lot of non-game stuff. This is just a snapshot of some of the stuff we got on the one in 2018, I believe this one is from. So it's a lot of reptiles, a lot of snakes, and quite a few turtles. All those Tupperware deals there are full of box tortoises that we bought. And of course, that's a large alligator snapping turtle carapace up there at the top. So these are some of the species we regularly come across. There's a box of turtles. This lady was actually at a local police department, and she had somebody that was always giving her turtles, I think maybe by her request, and she was selling them literally from the police department. And they, you know, that's not really what we're looking for as one of our high-end targets. They didn't know they were even doing anything wrong. So we slapped her with a couple of tickets and took her turtles. But in the Wild Web operation, we do as many buy busts as possible within a 5 to 10 day period. And we'll just surf the internet, find buy busts, and go and do buy busts. Now, and what a buy bust is, if you're not familiar, is we go in undercover, do the operation, do the buy, and then a field game warden comes in immediately and does a bust. Now, if we find that person looks like they're a bigger target, you know, we'll call off the bust and just do a buy and continue to work them to see if we can go up the ladder to get to their source. One thing we're noticing though, you know, 2012, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. I think we had 65 or 70 cases in a 10-day period. Now, on average, we're down to about 20 cases in the same amount of time. Before, we would hit the physical markets, the flea markets, the Poolagus, all that stuff, and find a lot, and also just get on Craigslist, and you could find everything you wanted. And it's moved more online, and not only has it moved more online, there's so many platforms for them now to advertise and sell this stuff. It's really hard to know what they're using in a particular area at a particular time. So it's kind of a guessing game when you first go into these operations, and we try to do the homework ahead of time. But the last one, this app 5 Miles happened to be the most prevalent app we found stuff listed on. The year after that, it was not so much. But you can see this alligator snapping turtle went for $700. That's a crazy amount of money. And just like I had mentioned earlier, anytime you have that kind of money involved, you're going to have a problem with the resource. People are going to realize that and capitalize on it. Another thing we try to do on a regular basis, I teach at our academy every year, and then I also go around to our regions. Our state is divided up into 8 regions for law enforcement, and I go around and kind of give, maybe once every 2 years or so, kind of give an update on where we are, what we're looking for, what they need to look for when they're out there, you know. Let us know, even if something doesn't meet filing a citation on, maybe may not be criminal, but it doesn't look right. Just give us a call, because we're trying to keep a track of all these things going on, not with just turtles, but anything non-game. So that's going pretty well. And then one thing I don't have in here is what we've just recently done with Customs and Border Patrol. We've worked with them in the past. We'll typically go down there and do operations once a year or so. And the success is kind of hit or miss. They're such a large organization. It's kind of hard to get consistent cooperation from them. But we do a lot of stuff coming into Texas, a lot of commercial fish products, oysters, things like that. And just recently, we've been able to get a little higher up the chain, and we've had some really productive meetings in the last few weeks regarding stuff going out as well. And just in the last 2 weeks, we had one shipment of red-eared sliders that they caught going out. It was just under 1,000 of small red-eared sliders, and a couple of some chameleon species and a couple of other federally protected species. We've had some smaller loads of some diamondback terrapins, and so I think that it's going to go well. So we have guys committed down there to be on call 24 hours. So Border Patrol has a number they know they can call and get immediate response from somebody. Not because if you call a game warden a certain number of times and they don't come, they're going to quit calling you. So we have that lined out now to where they're always going to get a response. And then those wardens have been trained up on what to look for and what's a minor violation and what's something that needs to be tagged for us to start investigating. So we're very optimistic that that's gonna pay out pretty big, just because it already has in the last 2 weeks. But the person that was hauling all those species down was just a mule going back into Mexico. It was an 18-year-old female. She said she didn't even know it was in the truck, and I kind of believe her. I think she probably just gets in a truck and they tell her to go to Mexico. So that's kind of what you're dealing with. They're smart enough to send somebody that doesn't really know anything. So it's really kind of hard to track it back. It makes the cases a lot harder, but not impossible. Just a little bit of a challenge for us. But given time, we'll work through those problems. So again, what's on your screen now is just us. When I go to the regions, tell the guys what to look for as far as turtles being trapped out of public water or private water, and then turn around being sold. This is just, again, on the social media, we really emphasize to our guys, because we have 5 investigators in the state, and Texas is pretty big. So we really try to reach out, not only to our fellow field wardens, but to people that we have a good working relationship. Some zoos, I know a handful of herpetologists that give me a lot of information on a regular basis, and also ID stuff for me when I can't. I'm fairly good, but when it comes to taking somebody's stuff, you want to be certain. So I usually try to hit one of them up to give me a positive ID. But we just ask that they keep an eye out, and they try to keep in touch with what's going on in their area and where things are being offered up and sold, because it's a constant cat and mouse game. And a lot of times we miss the mouse, but that doesn't keep us from trying. So I like to give this one to our guys. We get ribbed a lot for being turtle cops, so we literally need more turtle cops. And I think that message is being received pretty well. I know it is from our high brass all the way down to our field captains. We are noticing a huge increase in calls. Sometimes it's just questions, but I think our efforts are starting to pay off, and I'm optimistic in the future. We have 535 wardens out there with that many eyes looking around. I think we're going to start getting more and more tips, and I think we're going to start developing more and more cases. But like I say, I do not pretend that we are ahead of this game. We are behind, but we're hoping to catch up. I think that's all I have. This is some of the links to our permits and statutes, if anybody has any specific interest in looking that up. And I know I kind of went through that pretty fast, but if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
You do have 2 questions. I can read back to you from the chat if you like.
Okay.
Question number 1, have you seen much activity with the Texas diamondback terrapin?
So, yeah, one of my partners is actually working a case right now brand new, of a guy. We don't have much info on it right now, but a guy that was having terrapins shipped to him from somewhere, we don't know where, and he's turning around and selling them. We don't know at what volume. We just know he's doing it. So we're in the middle of looking into that right now.
Very good. Question 2. Since many people are often not aware that the selling of turtles is illegal, is there any education programs that you do, maybe in local schools?
I don't do any specifically. You know, I couldn't speak from our wildlife division for sure, but they do regular, well, they used to, I'm sure they will again. They used to do regular outreach. We do have one thing our field wardens do on a regular basis at fairs and whatnot. We work with our Operation Game Thief, and we have a big trailer that we pull behind that has a bunch of sea stuff, and it has we have one that has quite a few non-game species in there, to where people can come up and ask questions about it. And then on the, you know, when we work like the Wild Web or something like that, you know, if you know, we come across a handful of moms selling their son's red-eared slider. And we don't know what that is until we get there and buy it. You know, you don't really know what you're dealing with until you get there. Obviously, we're not hitting them. We usually write them a warning and take their turtle and tell them not to do that. That's obviously not the players we're after. The players we're after know good and well what they're doing. So one way we do educate the public is by issuing them warning citations, you know, instead of writing them a hard copy citation, if we legitimately believe that they were unaware.
Very good. Well, thank you for everything that you guys are doing. And that is our last question. And now we're going to move on to our next speaker. Anders, are you ready?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me, David?
I sure can. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, everyone. I'm Anders Rodin, and I thank you all for this opportunity for me to participate in the symposium as a sort of a last-minute entree and the last speaker of our symposium. And greetings from the Green Mountains of Vermont, and welcome to these presentations of our latest grants from the Turtle Conservation Fund, and also to announce and celebrate the honorees of our various appreciation awards, including the Baylor Award and our new Pritchard Awards. And now let's see whether I can start my presentation. Share screen. Here we go. Is that up?
Looks great.
Okay, great. So this first talk on the TCF was supposed to have been given by Hugh Quinn, but he was unable to present as a result of some recent eye surgery. So he's recovering well, and I thank him for his help in drafting this presentation. Since 2003, the Turtle Conservation Fund has received 833 proposals, of which we have funded 296, or 36%, for total disbursements of about $1.26 million. Not bad. Our current cycle, we've received 35 proposals, of which we have now funded 10, or 29%, for a total disbursement of $40,000. We always wish we could support more proposals. Our decisions are only limited by our available funding for each cycle, and we're continuously working to increase our level of funding capability. All TCF proposals are assessed by our large expert review board. Our funding decisions are always based on a consensus of 1, how endangered a species is and how urgent its conservation needs are. And then 2, the strategic importance of the conservation action being proposed. And 3, the overall quality and potential effectiveness of the proposal. And 4, whether the proponent appears qualified and experienced enough to successfully carry out the proposal. Although our current review board consists of many global experts on turtles and conservation issues, and our deliberations and awards have been totally unbiased over the years, we are now in the process of expanding our board in order to improve our gender and minority-based inclusivity. We are all moving forward in deliberate steps. And so here are the 10 proposals we have funded this cycle. Number 1, Hoang Van Ha and his Asian turtle program colleagues in Vietnam. This award for $5,000 will provide further funding for extended monitoring and tracking surveys in the 2 lakes outside of Hanoi, where 2 of the 3 known surviving individuals of this most critically endangered species in the world still exist. One of them now known to be a male, with a view to eventually establishing a breeding program if the other one turns out to be a female. Our second project we funded is Jean Paré of Wildlife Conservation Society and TSA's own Haina Tiana from Madagascar. Now, this award will help support a 3-day workshop in Madagascar for $5,000 for local veterinarians and students on the husbandry, anatomy, restraint, physical examination, clinical sample acquisition, emergency triage treatment, et cetera, with postmortem evaluation of Madagascar turtles and tortoises. The aim of the workshop will be to enhance the existing capabilities for local response to chelonia confiscations. And the goal of the workshop is to develop a sustainable network of trained, experienced Malagasy veterinarians for future confiscations. Our third project funded was from Prisca Meyer Razafi of the University of Antananarivo, whose main objective was to confirm the existence of the critically endangered big-headed turtle in the northern part of a new protected area of Mackay, and to attempt to locate populations with sufficient density for further long-term ecological study. In addition, interviews will be held in villages in the new protected area in order to assess direct and indirect threats on existing populations. We funded her at $4,500. The fourth project we're funding is from Julia Lamprecht and Peter Prashog of Turtle Island. And this award supports insight to reproductive research in Argentina on the endangered Chaco side-necked turtle, a species with unusually strong embryonic diapause, which has made it essentially impossible to breed in captivity. The findings of this study should improve the captive breeding of this species so that successful assurance colonies can be created. Also funded at level of 4,500. Number 5, this is Thomas Jiang and his colleagues at the African Chelonia Institute in Senegal. They're establishing an African scholarship program as an initiative to address and respond to the ongoing and unsustainable loss of turtle populations throughout the African continent. The program is meant to promote local conservationists and will be led by local and regional instructors, creating collaborative and cohesive conservation coalition network within West Africa. This program has also received support from the Mohammed bin Zayed Species Conservation Fund, and we are awarding it $4,500. Number 6, this is Eduardo Reyes Grajales and Wilfredo Matamoros of the University of Chiapas in Mexico. And this project will analyze the ecological and conservation aspects of turtles of Chiapas, including their demography and regional distribution patterns, as well as the main threats that they're facing, and then to suggest priority guidelines for their conservation. Also an award of $4,500. And our next project is Leslie Wilmette of Durrell Wildlife Conservation Trust. This project is going to test the viability of so-called mainland island models as a novel conservation strategy to save the critically endangered plowshare tortoise from extinction in the wild. The team from Durrell is already constructing 8-hectare exclosure pen in Bali Bay National Park, in which about 150 plowshare tortoises will be released to live in wild conditions with continuous security protection. The data generated under this project will help determine whether a series of similar exclosures could possibly present a long-term solution for plowshare tortoise conservation. The next project we've decided to support is by Aznim Aliana Lanusi and Sherazad of an organization known as Prakarsa Konservasi Ekologi Regional Sulawesi, based on the island of Sulawesi. This new NGO has created a citizen science initiative, and they've established a community-based organization and secured local staff and organized teams to carry out population surveys in multiple locations. focusing primarily on the critically endangered Forstman's tortoise, including in Lore Lindu National Park. This project has also received support from the Mohammed bin Zayed Species Conservation Fund. The next project we're supporting for 2,500 is to survey populations of critically endangered big-headed turtle by Marie Wailin Wararisoa of the Ficam Banana Bonglova Mates. I'm sorry if I murdered that NGO's name. Looking for these turtles in several lakes in a protected area in Bongolava, Madagascar. And then our final 10th project that we're supporting this cycle is by Gracia Patricia Gonzalez Porter and Victor Reynoso of UAM University in Mexico City. And this will provide support for surveys and collection of the critically endangered endemic Valley of Mexico subspecies mud turtle, Kynasternum hirtypes, previously thought to probably be extinct. But they've found 4 specimens recently, confirming that it is not extinct, and they're hoping to collect some and establish an assurance colony in Mexico City. So our next round of TCF applications will be due on December 1st. At that time, we will also be renewing and expanding our ongoing efforts to provide more seed grant funding for smaller projects, planning on using some extra funding capability that we have recently raised to provide more support, especially for deserving women, ethnic minorities, and emerging conservation leaders working on critically needed turtle conservation efforts in underdeveloped and developing nations. And thank you for this presentation of the Turtle Conservation Fund. And here's one of my favorite slides of the midnight sun in northern Scandinavia, where I'm from, photographed at Midsummers a few years ago. And moving rapidly into our next presentation, we're now going to come to my favorite part of our annual symposium, which is to honor those individuals who have made major differences and outstanding contributions in the fields of turtle conservation and biology and for our community, and who have done so for most of their professional lives. All award selections are made by the Baylor Award Committee, currently composed of the following leaders of our 4 presenting organizations: the TSA, the TFT Specialist Group, the Turtle Conservancy, and the Turtle Conservation Fund, as well as some of our main funders and some past Baylor Award winners. Nominations for the Baylor Award are welcome and solicited from a broad representation of the international Chelonian conservation community. Our awards tend to honor and celebrate some of the gray-haired elders and silverbacks among our ranks, although occasionally also mid-career people. They honor the giants upon whose shoulders we have all probably stood at some point or other in our own careers, and to whose successes and accomplishments we may all aspire. We first, however, celebrate and remember those closest respected members of our community who have passed away during the past year by honoring them with posthumous appreciation awards and certificates that we present to their families. The people we honor in this way have usually received previous nominations for the Baylor Award and would definitely have been considered for our Lifetime Achievement Awards if they had not passed so prematurely and tragically. We remember and honor them now. First, Rietta Hofmeyer from South Africa, whom we honor for her outstanding contributions to tortoise ecology, conservation, and education in South Africa, especially for her major role in the protection of and the conservation efforts for the critically endangered geometric tortoise, among the 2 most endangered tortoises in the world. Her energetic enthusiasm, personal warmth, and unrelenting focus on her work will long be remembered and cherished by those who knew and worked with her. We mourn her tragic loss to our community and send our deepest condolences to her husband, Tunis. Second, We honor Roger Boulle from France for his outstanding contributions to turtle and tortoise taxonomy, notably the tortoises of Madagascar and the giant extinct tortoises of the Indian Ocean. We also remember and honor him as an unparalleled expert on turtle names and the sometimes confusing details and rules of the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, as well as being a most respected member of our Turtle Taxonomy Working Group, helping us to produce and write the Turtles of the World monographs over the last several years. He also loved searching for wild tortoises in Southern Europe, as here in Greece, with 2 marginated tortoises. We will dearly miss him and send our deepest condolences to his wife, Marie Noël. And now, with the tragic passing of our cherished friend and honored colleague, Peter Pritchard, earlier this year, the Baylor Award Committee has decided to honor his unparalleled legacy by renaming our previous Turtle Conservation Appreciation Awards for lifetime achievements in his honor. And we are now launching the new Pritchard Turtle Conservation Awards for lifetime achievements. Peter was always Mr. Turtle to many of us, and we deeply mourn his passing. For many, he was simply the greatest turtle man that ever lived. He was a hero for the planet and popularizer of turtles and their diversity, and a passionate advocate for their conservation. And he helped all of us realize his vision by inspiring several generations of turtle aficionados. His passing was a tragic loss to the turtle world and beyond, but we trust and know that his infectious enthusiasm and inspiration will live on through those following in his footsteps. His legacy shall live on, and this new Pritchard Turtle Conservation Award for lifetime achievements will do its part to ensure that it does. We will dearly miss his warm friendship and collegiality and inspiring presence. And we send our deepest condolences to his wife, Sybil, who also joins us in congratulating the winners of this first Pritchard Award. And in her own words says, Peter would have been so proud. Indeed, he would have. But first, before moving on to the new Pritchard Award winners, we remember and again honor our previous Lifetime Achievement awardees from the last 3 years. Giants in our field who have made major contributions to turtle conservation and biology: Justin Congdon, Bruce Weisgold, Christine Berry, and Olga Castañamora from Colombia. And so the first official Pritchard awardee is John Cann from Australia, who has inspired so many of us with his incredible books and photos and stories of turtles in the outback of Australia and New Guinea. He's written 5 books on Australian turtles, including his impressive opus, Australian Freshwater Turtles, in 1998, with an expanded update in 2017, and has described several species of Australian turtles. His books provide a broad synthesis of natural history and taxonomy and are beautifully illustrated. Behind them lie his many years and thousands of miles traveled to research turtles in the field, usually camping out in their habitats and diving and catching them, and then spending many hours back home photographing them in naturalistic settings and tanks to produce the stunning images that are the hallmark of his books. John is also a gifted athlete who represented Australia in the decathlon back in the 1956 Olympic Games in Melbourne, and was recently honored with an Order of Australia Award for his services to conservation, the environment, and the community. We celebrate his important accomplishments and thank him for his lifetime of dedication to turtle conservation, taxonomy, and natural history. Our second Pritchard awardee is Linda Cayo, who has worked on Galapagos tortoise conservation issues for 40 years. First, as a herpetologist at the Charles Darwin Research Station on Santa Cruz in the Galapagos, where she supervised the giant tortoise breeding and repatriation program, and also worked with Galapagos National Park Directorate on the park management plan, initiating the successful campaign to rid northern Isabela and other islands of destructive feral goats. And later, she worked for the Galapagos Conservancy in the US and helped launch the Giant Tortoise Restoration Initiative, a collaborative effort of Galapagos Conservancy and the Galapagos National Park Directorate that builds on 60 years of tortoise conservation with the goal of restoring all Galapagos tortoise populations to their historic numbers and distribution. Incredibly, this effort by Linda and colleagues also includes 2 extinct species, of which some hybrids have been found, raising hopes for their possible resurrection, including Lonesome Georgia species. Linda retired earlier this year, but continues to be active, co-editing a forthcoming major volume on Galapagos giant tortoise conservation. We honor her momentous contributions to conservation efforts in the Galapagos and the major difference she has made for the survival of its iconic giant tortoises. And now for our presentation of the prestigious Baylor Turtle Conservation Award, generally considered the Nobel Prize for Turtle Conservation and Research. I call it the Nobel Prize because I'm Swedish. My dad used to be on the Nobel Prize committee, so and is also obviously the most important prize in turtle conservation world. So in any case, this award honors excellence, outstanding contributions, and leadership in the international Chelonian conservation and biology communities. The award honors John Baylor, the former curator of reptiles at Wildlife Conservation Society's Bronx Zoo, and a former chair of the IUCN Tortoise and Freshwater Turtle Specialist Group, who passed away prematurely and sadly in 2006, when Rick Hudson and I then created the Baylor Turtle Conservation Award in his honor. The award commemorates his legacy and is co-presented and co-funded by the TFT Specialist Group, the TSA, the Turtle Conservancy, and the Turtle Conservation Fund, the 4 major turtle conservation organizations that John Baylor either helped found or led. The award is also co-sponsored and co-funded by Global Wildlife Conservation, Wildlife Conservation Society, the Surprise Spring Foundation, Matt Frankel, Chelonian Research Foundation, my foundation, and the Andrew Sabin Family Foundation, as well as by John's widow, Deb Baylor, Brett Stearns, and George Meyer and Maria Semple. We owe them all our deepest gratitude and thanks. But first, before moving to this year's awardee, we remember and honor our previous Baylor awardees from the last 5 years, giants who still walk among us and who have made outstanding contributions to turtle conservation and biology and have provided inspiring leadership. Kaliar Platt from Myanmar, Eric Good of the Turtle Conservancy, Peter Paul Van Dyke and Russ Mittermeier of Conservation International and now Global Wildlife Conservation, and Shihai Tao from China, all incredibly worthy awardees. And now finally, we announce this year's 15th annual Baylor Turtle Conservation Award, which honors Professor Jim Juvick from Hawaii, who has dedicated much of his career to studying tortoises around the world and working to prevent their extinction. We will have a ceremony for Jim at next year's symposium to truly celebrate him and to listen to him talk, but we want to announce it here. Now, Jim was born and raised in California, and after graduating from high school, he spent the summer working for a circus for which he was paid, amazingly enough, with a live Galapagos tortoise, which appears to have inspired him for the rest of his life. In college, he first majored in geography and then went to Harvard to study under Ernest Williams, one of the world's top turtle and tortoise biologists. But later, he transferred back to the University of Hawaii, where he received a PhD in geography and stayed there on their teaching staff until the present, while continuing to also be interested in tortoises, essentially pursuing 2 parallel careers, not unlike several other Baylor awardees. In 1970, he went to Madagascar, where he and the French herpetologist Charles Blanc rediscovered the natural population of plowshare tortoises on Kapsada and helped write the first IUCN recovery plan for the species. Back in Hawaii, he and Sean McCune at the Honolulu Zoo discovered the extraordinary nest building and guarding behavior of the Asian giant tortoise, a major advance, in our understanding of tortoise biology. In 1992, he returned to Madagascar with Ross Keister to help Gerald Durrell's efforts to protect and enhance the population of plowshare tortoises. And then in 1996, he and Keister went to Vietnam, where they witnessed firsthand that virtually all species of turtles and tortoises there were in danger of extinction due to their massive overharvesting and export to China. The following year, 1997, at a US herp meeting, they presented a paper on the dire situation for Asian turtles. And as a result, George Rabb, then director of the Brookfield Zoo, asked them to hold a workshop later that year on what has become known as the Asian turtle crisis. Appropriately for this Baylor Award, John Baylor himself attended their workshop and used what he learned there to issue a broad warning to the turtle community, which, at a conference at the Fort Worth Zoo later in 2001, led to the creation by several of us of a task force of the IUCN TFT specialist group, headed initially by Rick Hudson and Kurt Buhlman, that eventually became our Turtle Survival Alliance. In 2006, Jim headed to Southern Africa and began a long-term study of the Nama padloper in Namibia, and more recently has spearheaded the Turtle Conservancy's effort to protect the critically endangered geometric tortoise in South Africa, leading to the purchase and protection of nearly 1,000 acres of Finbo's tortoise habitat. In collaboration with Eric Good, Rietta Hoffmeyer, and Ernst Bard, among others, he has helped create the Southern Africa Tortoise Conservation Trust, which now protects the last known substantial population of geometric tortoises. Turtles and tortoises the world over owe him their grateful thanks, as do all of us in the turtle conservation community. He has made a major difference and exhibited the qualities of excellence, outstanding contributions, and leadership that have made him highly worthy of this year's Baylor Award. We look forward to actually presenting him with his award in person at next year's planned live symposium in Charleston, South Carolina, and at that time, listening to him inspire us with his life story and his many accomplishments. Congratulations, Jim, and aloha. And thank you all for your attention. We're all looking forward to seeing many of you at next year's symposium. I've enjoyed this virtual symposium very much, much more than I expected. In fact, it's been wonderful. And I applaud Rick Hudson and all the organizers and technical experts for their resounding success in maintaining our annual gathering and giving us all a chance to learn more from each other and to promote turtle conservation efforts in a more cohesive global community. And in closing, my thoughts are these, paraphrasing Robert Frost, as I often do. We must work together, I tell you from my heart, whether we work together or apart. Be well and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Anders, and congratulations, Jim. And that brings to a close the 18th Annual Symposium on the Conservation and Biology of Tortoises and Freshwater Turtles. Do join us next year in Charleston for the live face-to-face symposium that we're all used to, and look for us to continue a virtual component for next year's meeting. It's been an honor for us to bring the global voices of turtle research and conservation to you over the past 8 weeks, and we look forward to continuing to help grow that community. Thank you very much, and we will see you next year.